Hello everyone, hope you're having a good day today. Thank you for stopping by. It's good. Thank you for stopping by. It is good to see you all here. Hope that you're all doing well. And my name is Tyranno Imperio. For anyone who is new, welcome to my Godzilla Kaiju Tier-List ranking stream today. That was a bit too long, but yeah. Hope you're all doing well, and it's good to see you all here. Alright, first things first. I see Bunny Sia way earlier in chat while I was setting up. He said, microwave noises. Good luck with stream. Thank you, Bunny Zia. Indeed, it is the Dino stream, and also thank you for the alert just now. Well, a little earlier. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the alert. I appreciate the support. And if you're still watching the stream, I hope that you have a good time with that. I see Legs Plays is also in chat. Oh, it's the Kaiju Tier-List. Indeed. Guys, it's been a bit of a while since I did this one stream for the Jurassic. Well, not Jurassic Park movies exclusively, but like a bunch of different dinosaur movies, and that was always pretty fun. So I decided, since I'm trying to expand my streaming content a bit more lately, I thought I'd kind of revisit this kind of thing and go for a different topic that I like, which is kaiju movies, particularly Godzilla. I want to get into Ultraman and also maybe Gamera a bit more, but right now it's mainly Godzilla. And I mean, you can't blame me. Godzilla's awesome. And especially with the MonsterVerse, I feel like he's kind of become more of a pop culture icon that, I mean, he always was one, but I feel like he's becoming a little more relevant nowadays. Anyways, I see Arachne, the Deaf Goal is also in chat. I don't bite, but please don't do that in here. There is no violence allowed here, unless it's between two kaijus fighting. See, Phantosaurus? Let's go, Godzilla content indeed. I'm actually considering getting an emulator for like Godzilla Domination or something like that. I think that could be fun. See, Fancy Flugo says Jurassic Bark is real. I think. See, he is awesome indeed, and yeah, it's definitely more relevant now, especially with the MonsterVerse, and I guess technically Shin Godzilla also really helped to kind of renew his image. Plus Singular Point, sort of, though I feel like not many people talk about it now since the hype has kind of died out for it. But I still got high hopes for whatever Season 2 holds in store. If there is going to be one. I would hope so. But anyways, I could probably get started with the tier list. So first up, let's see, I think this is the version of Godzilla from, I think that's Return of Godzilla's Godzilla. So the first movie that came right after the Showa era ended. I guess kind of the beginning of the Heisei era, but it doesn't look quite like all the other versions of Godzilla that appeared during the Heisei eras. Definitely not as cool as the others, like this guy right over here. But he's cool in his own right. But I do remember, I think at the very end of his film, this Godzilla gets defeated by, I think, falling into like a volcano or something like that. I don't think that's really the... Of all the ways Godzilla has lost in the past, I feel like this is one of the more unappealing ones. But he's still a cool kaiju though, because, I mean, it's Godzilla after all. Who else these? Up NXT Fancy Flugo says, what about the Therizinosaurus? I mean, I'm willing to bet is not in here, but I think the Therizinosaurus, the dinosaur in general, is pretty cool. I heard he's got a big part in Dominion, but I haven't seen the film, so I don't know, like, exactly, like, what its relevance in the plot is, but I hope to see it. See, Singular Point was decent, and I look forward to what season 2 will bring to me as well. And if there isn't one, that That is going to be a major disappointment considering they were hyping up Mechagodzilla at the very end. And let's forget the Polygon trilogy ever happened. I'm not sure what that means, but just because of trilogy, I think I know what you mean. It's particularly one trilogy in the Godzilla franchise that a lot of people would agree not to talk about. Anyways, Return of Godzilla. It's definitely not bad, so not going to C or D tier, but I don't think I classify him as an S. I'll put him over in B. I think that'll work. And then next up, the true Heisei era Godzilla, in my opinion, solid S tier. It's probably the most, in my opinion, it's the most recognized Godzilla. And it's probably, I'm trying to think, it is usually one of the most hyped up when it comes to power, but I'm trying to think of what kind of feats it did have. It was the first Godzilla to have like the red spiral ray, I think it's called. It did lose pretty badly to Mechagodzilla 2. But at the same time, though, I do like how this version of Godzilla is kind of treated as like an anti-hero as opposed to solely a good creature and then solely just a monster destroying everything. Especially with his bond with Juniors. And how he was mourning his supposed death at around the very end of Godzilla vs. Destroy Us. So yeah, I'm gonna put him in S tier. I think he deserves it. Yeah, Heisei seems to be the go-to Godzilla design. Pretty much. I'm pretty sure, there was a version of Godzilla called Snow Godzilla that appeared in, an anime whose name I can't remember, but it did seem to be, like, heavily based off the Heisei Godzilla. And when he shows up in other media, it's usually the Heisei one that they go to first. I think Heisei might have had the most, wait. It might have had the most films, or I'm thinking of Showa Godzilla, actually. It's definitely one of the most recognizable of the bunch. Alright, so next up, we have, I believe, the first Anguirus. So, let's see it. Anguirus is, I mean, it's the first kaiju that Godzilla's ever fought. So, I gotta give him some respect, but at the same time, I don't know if, as the first monster that Godzilla's ever fought, I don't think he's ever done anything particularly interesting compared to some of the other monsters he's fought. I don't know. I guess so. When I say he's like awful, at the same time it's not too memorable compared to any of the other Godzilla's foes. Put him in C, I guess. And then next up is, as I see Phantosaurus and in chat, I think it was Shinkalion, I think. I haven't heard of that, but I'm willing to bet that's the name of it. I don't know for sure otherwise. Yeah, over here it's, I think this is Godzilla Junior's? Like his, no wait, because over this, no wait, hold on, this is Godzilla Junior over here. Maybe this is one. I don't think it's the Godzilla. This is the Godzilla source right over here next to Junior's. Is it like another version of Heisei Godzilla? I'm not sure. I guess. I think I'll put it right over here because I'm just gonna assume it's another version of Heisei Godzilla, so I'll leave them over here for now. And then next up, we have the actual Godzilla Jr. as a baby. I'm also gonna put him up as S tier because one, he's adorable. Second, I dare say he is one of the most important most important kaiju of the Heisei trilogy. Well, naturally, the Heisei era. And I do kind of wish that they could have made at least one film with him being the main Godzilla. I think there. Not sure if this is true. I think there were like some first drafts of Godzilla Final Wars, or Godzilla Jr. was intended to be that version of Godzilla, but I'm pretty sure they decided to go against it, and Final Wars is just like its own standalone film. I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm gonna put Godzilla Jr. right over here. As for the baby Godzilla from the 1998 film, I will say that this is controversial, but I actually really like Godzilla 1998 because it was the first Godzilla film I've ever actually watched, so it is thanks to this film that I did got to learn about Godzilla. So I don't hate Zilla or his children as much as other people probably do, but not only that, as a dinosaur fan, I do like how much they look like actual kind of theropod dinosaurs. And the babies act a whole lot like velociraptors. Plus, in general, their design, it appeals to me a lot. You can say you can have your own opinions on it, but I personally do like it. I think I'll put it solidly in A tier. Somehow it's above Return of Godzilla's version of Godzilla, but yeah, you can disagree with me on that. And then we have two versions of Batra. I think, let's see. I mean, they're the same characters, so I tried to have different opinions on each one. So they're the same monster, but in terms of, I guess, unique abilities each one has. Obviously, his fully grown form is the cooler of the bunch. I think it's called their Imago form. Let's see. I don't remember too much from was it just Godzilla vs. Batra, or was it also called Godzilla vs. Mothra? And Batra was just in it. I'm not sure, but as far as I know, Batra only really appeared in one film. So that's kind of an issue with like how memorable he is. He is a cool kaiju though, so I think I'll put him in A tier. I do remember that he had like laser eyes, which is pretty cool. I think the larvae version will have to go in B tier, though. Actually, hold on. I think I'll put this one in A tier as well. Because now that I think about it, I don't know if this really should affect it, but I feel like this one web series called Monster Island Buddies did make Batra a bit more memorable for me. So I think both versions will go over to A tiers. Next up is Behemoth from the Monsterverse. Now, we haven't seen a whole lot from Behemoth as of now. But he is definitely one of my favorite of like the side characters in terms of Titans in the Monsterverse. And I do hope to see him a bit, maybe in some of the movies again. Or that one new TV series that they're planning on making for the Monsterverse. Let's see. I remember seeing in a comic that I think he gets beat up by like a monster made out of plants. And for a mammoth, I feel like that's a bit embarrassing, but at the same time, that plant monster was pretty darn tough. And he's definitely one of the cooler designed monsters from the Monsterverse. I'll put him a B tier for now. I see, Beast Jr. chat says, "Are you a descendant of Godzilla?" I wish I was, but I'm unfortunately not. I will say though that Godzilla, specifically the Heisei Godzilla, was originally intended to be a mutated Tyrannosaurus Rex, but I'm not sure exactly why, but they chose to change it to the Godzillasaurus, a made-up dinosaur that they have we have right over here. And there is actually a real life, well, quote-unquote Godzillasaurus. It's actually called Gojirasaurus based around Godzilla's Japanese name. Though, it's not... the name might have been wasted on it because, one, it's a coelophysoid, so it's actually a relatively small dinosaur. One of the early theropods. And not only that, it's a dubious genus, so it's possible that it's not even a real dinosaur. And it's just a bunch of misidentified fossils that were kind of put together to make a new dino. So there's that, unfortunately. But yeah, that's a little extra Godzilla and dino trivia for you. But I feel like it would have been cool if they kept the idea of Godzilla being a mutated T-Rex. But I like the Godzillasaurus as well. If only his real-life counterpart was just as cool. But anyways, next we have Biolantes, the first of the Heisei Godzilla villains. Probably one of the most memorable monsters of the Godzilla franchise, to be honest. Also only showed up for one movie though. Kinda hurts its memorability, but at the same time, even with that, Biolante is still one of the most memorable monsters out there. Basically, she was just like a plant that was infused with Godzilla's DNAs. I don't know. It's a cool creature, but I don't know. I think I'll put her in D tier. Also, hold on, I need to switch over to my loading screen and see what's up with the music. Oh, hold on. There we go. I forgot to put it on loop for some reason. Alright, there we go. Now it's back. And let's see, we have Burning Godzilla straight over to S tier. I mean, it's a version of Heisei Godzilla, but just cooler. I guess in that form, Heisei Godzilla has the downside of constantly dying, but it does give him constantly the red spiral ray. So yeah, so it's gotta be it's gotta be S tiers. And same thing for Legendary's version of Burning Godzilla, which I think it's actually called Fire Godzilla in that continuity, but again, awesome transformation, gives Godzilla, I guess, I don't think I ever used the atomic breath in that form, but I like the nuclear pulse with Mothra's, like Mothra's aura influence. I can't word, but I like the big nuclear pulse thingy that he shoots out. So he's going in S tier as well. And I see Playad Wolf is in chat. Hello there, Dino. Hello there, Playad. Welcome to the stream. Hope that you're having a good day today. Thank you for stopping by. It is good to see you here, and I hope that you're doing well. Right now, we are going through a Godzilla Kaiju ranking stream. And so far, we've got, let's see, both versions of Burning Godzilla and Heisei Godzilla, maybe, I don't know about this one, and Godzilla Jr. up in S tier. We have the Baby Zillas from 1998, and both versions of Batra up in A tier. And we have the version of Godzilla from the Return of Godzilla film, Behemoth and Biollante over in B tier. And down in S tier, we have the first version of Anguirus. Yep. Hold on. Alright, so next up we have Dagon. So that one version, well, not version, that one member of legendary Godzilla species from the comics that first fought Muto Prime, lost pretty badly, and then got Muto Prime's eggs in it, and then it died, which led to the events of Godzilla 2014. I do love this version of Godzilla, well, not this member of Godzilla's species, and I wish we could have gotten to learn a bit more about him before, you know, what I just said happened. But he's a cool kaiju in his own right. And as when Godzilla vs. Kong wasn't released yet, and there was a trailer that already gave us a bit of a preview of Mechagodzilla, I did have a bit of a theory that it would be based kind of like Kiryu, where it's built around the bones of another Godzilla, in this case Dagon. Unfortunately, that's not how it panned out, but I love Dagon, and I hope to get to see him in more MonsterVerse media, so I don't think we know enough about him to put him in S tier, but A tier should be just fine. Next up is the perfect form of Destroy Us. So, I mean, it's Godzilla's, when it comes to Godzilla's strongest enemies, one of his most well-known arch enemies, I feel like Destroy Us is always pretty high up there. But at the same time, he did get killed technically by humans when they used the freezing technology that they wanted to use on Burning Godzilla on him. And it actually worked. I might take him down a peg for that. That might be a bit unfair, though. I think I'll put him in high A tier. Alright, and then next up, we have the Dorats. The little creatures that replace the Godzilla source in Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah to get mutated by the atomic bomb and then become King Ghidorah. Okay. I also want to rank these guys pretty high up because one, they're adorable, and second, do turn to probably my second favorite version of King Ghidorah. I mean, we don't get too much screen time with just them. I think I'll put it also in B tiers. I definitely don't want them to go down here, but at the same time, it's... As much as I like it, I don't think it really stands up to any of these guys. And I like Godzilla Jr. It has the Q factor, but not as much of a relevance in the overall narrative of the Heisei era. It was just kind of there for one film, and then King Ghidorah got taken out pretty much got taken out after that one film. Technically, its pieces were used to make the second Mechagodzilla, but every biological part of every biological part of the Heisei King Ghidorah was kind of just in one film, and then it got destroyed. And next up, I don't know which version of Showa Godzilla this is supposed to be, but all Godzillas are... I'd say they're all definitely above B tier, but I don't know exactly which film this version of Godzilla is supposed to be from, so yeah, I have to put him at the bottom of B tier because I don't know too much about this one. There's not much I can really say for him. Now the female Muto, on the other hand, let's see. For one, I actually kind of empathize with, well, not empathize, but I kind of feel bad for the Mutos in the 2014 film. Even though they could definitely even though they can lay havoc to all of humanity if they were to reproduce. At the end of the day, that was kind of their only goal. For the female Muto and the males, it was just to mate and have offspring and raise them. Plus also attack Godzilla. But it was just kind of part of their nature to do so, because that's what they're kind of evolved to do. So they didn't do anything out of exactly malicious intent. Plus they are pretty cool monsters, and some of the most I can't word, but I did like that 2014 created original monsters for their newer version of Godzilla to fight. Like, it would have been cool to see him in 2014 fighting another monster that we already know, but to go the distance and make a whole new creature for him to fight, it was a good idea, and I liked how they turned out. Plus, I've seen too many videos of people trying to recreate the story of Godzilla 2014 in the perspective of the Mutos, and now I just really feel bad for them after the end of the film. But going outside of that, the female Muto's death was pretty awesome. Now I'm putting him right over here. Up in A tier, a little bit above Dagon. Actually, I'll put it underneath Dagon because I kind of want to see more of Dagon than another female Muto. There is the Queen Muto that showed up in King of the Monsters, which I would like to see more of, but I want to see Dagon more. And then 2014 Anguirus. So unlike the first version of Anguirus here, I feel like this one is slightly more memorable, but probably because everyone who saw Final Wars remembers when it's King Caesar and I believe Rodan all worked together to fight Final Wars Godzilla and got wrecked. But at the same time, its design is definitely an upgrade from the Showa era Anguirus. And the toy of it that was used in Monster Island Buddies. That also kind of helps with me, I guess, appreciating and remembering this designs. So I go put it in B tier, maybe. No, B. I think B tier is good. And then there's Ibura. I think it's Ibura's. I think we're gonna have another member of C tier here, because I really do not remember Ibura. Like what movies it was in, what its abilities are besides just using its claws. Yeah, there's not much for me to connect with this guy, so C tier. And then we have Gigan from Final Wars. Let's see. He's way more memorable than Ibura and some of the other monsters. But mainly because it's mainly because of how incompetent he was in Final Wars. Like he has an awesome design, and he was doing great against like I forgot the name of that one ship that the humans are always using in Final Wars. But after Godzilla reawakens from, I think it's prison in Antarctica. Like it's freed from the ice. He absolutely wrecks Final Wars Gigan. And then when he fights Mothra, he shoots out these two buzzsaw things that boomerang back to him while he's doing a victory pose. He gets his own head cut off, and then Mothra manages to take him out. So, I'll put him right around over here. He's a memorable villain. I'll give him that much credit. So B tier. Oh, and I see Skullface Garo is in chat. I love Godzilla, me too. And I'm glad that you like Godzilla, and I'm sure I hope that you'll enjoy the stream. And you can debate with me about where I placed some of these other monsters over here if you want to. And I want to see what you think. Well, I mean, this is definitely one of the perfect ways to show it off. And honestly, if anyone wants to like debate with me in chat about what you think of certain monsters, and if you think I should change the tier placements of some of them, feel free to do so, because I want to see other people's opinions as well. As long as you're civil about it. Nothing too serious. I don't like confrontation. Let's see, yeah, Gigan kind of slacked in Final Wars, indeed. But I guess his cool design makes up for it. And especially, the Godzilla Earth prequel novels. I don't know which Gigan design, well, they aren't technically using either because it's a novel, but whichever one the author had in his mind. That version of Gigan, I can't word, but it was a really good interpretation of Gigan that actually made him one of Earth's greatest heroes. I actually felt bad for him when, even with nanometal, Godzilla Earth in his younger days was still able to destroy Gigan. And I see Phantosaurus, welcome back to chat, and I see Patra in A tier, good indeed. He is quite underrated, indeed he is. But even so, in his one film adaptation, well, in his one film appearance, even though it's only one, and that I'd say that kind of hurts with his memorability. He did play a pretty big role in that film, and I guess I also kind of remember him a lot because of this one web series called Monster Island Buddies. Like, his portrayal in that web series is also pretty darn memorable. It's darn memorable. And also, I actually use Batroc quite a bit. I forgot what it's called already. Godzilla Battle Line is this one mobile game I used to play. So I'm gonna have him up here. And besides even just that, I did like how he and Mothra kinda, I can't word, but like they put their differences aside and worked together to bring down Godzilla at the end of the film he appeared in. I think it did result in Batra dying, but at least he died a hero, and if he shows up in the Monsterverse, I'd be happy to see how that turns out. They do need a new Mothra since, well, you know what happened to the one in King of the Monsters. And I'm pretty sure she laid an egg ahead of time. So she'll be fine. But she might come back with the colors of Batra, or maybe something else. We'll have to see. But I hope someone has plans for him in the future. Also, sorry, I need to get a drink for a bit. Let's see, I think Batra, with his motivation and message, could translate very well into modern times. I'm not entirely sure what they are, but because it's been a while since I watched the film he appeared in, but I can imagine like his more, I guess, aggressive way of keeping Earth safe compared to Mothra. I can kind of see that. I guess sometimes to fight for what you have to believe in, yet you gotta really stand up to someone, and I guess I don't know how to really word it, but I guess like yeah, I can't word, but I guess his more aggressive approach to protecting Earth is, it could be translated well to present day. I'm not gonna go deeper into that, but I can see what you mean. And anyways, next up we have Final Wars Goji. You're going up to S tier. I'm sorry, but I mean, he wrecked every single monster he fought in his film, like in the span of a few minutes each. And he took I forgot what it's called, but I think it was his meteor is called Kaiser Ghidorah, while he's in that meteor called Gorath, I think. So technically, a meteorite with another giant monster in it. Final Wars Goji took that all to the face, and he didn't even get scratched. So he's got to go over here. Let's see. He wants to punish humanity for all that they've done to Earth by destroying them all. Oh, I see. I guess that could also work well in present day. Like, he wants to destroy all of humanity because humans have done quite a bit in the past, but Mothra wants him to give humans another chance, show that they can be good. I think that could work in modern times. Especially in the Monsterverse, because especially when humans are starting to become more intertwined with what the Titans are doing. Like interfering with nature to some extent. Like, Patrick could argue that they're getting in the way of the Muto's reproductive stages in 2014. King of the Monsters, they got in the way of Godzilla trying to protect Earth from King Ghidorah with the Oxygen Destroyer. And in Godzilla vs. Kong, I mean, I think Mechagodzilla and Apex kind of speak for themselves. And then Mothra has to try and teach him, like, all the good humans have done. Like, they did rectify their mistakes with the Oxygen Destroyer by having Serizawa sacrifice himself to bring legendary Godzilla a bomb so he could be rejuvenated. And see, Skullface Garros. I like how the Toho series really shows that even though they are all giant monsters, they also kinda aren't. I can get what you mean by that. They have emotions and needs. Especially with Heisei Godzilla. Like again, I love his bond with Godzilla Jr., which is kind of why I put both of them up in S tier. And they kind of seem human sometimes, if you know what I mean. Yep. I see, yep. Final Wars Goji is a badass, and the Final Wars Goji is all, yeah. I don't know a single person that doesn't like Godzilla Final Wars, but if they do dislike him, I can only imagine it's because he was too overpowered. But even if that is the case, it is Godzilla's. If he's getting overpowered by an opponent, it should be a really tough one. Like Kaiser. Anyways, I think next up is Hedorah, I think from Final Wars, or I'm pretty sure this is in the Showa versions. Well, he's one of the monsters that gets wrecked by Final Wars Godzilla pretty quickly. I don't know if he gets that much screen time. I'll put him over in B tier, sure. Let's see, or Ghidorah. That is true. But, I mean, I guess, like, going solely off Final Wars, Ghidorah is kinda in there because of, well, Kaiser Ghidorah / Monster X. Plus Ghidorahs just in general, they are technically kind of Godzilla's arch enemy. / the Mothras, if I remember correctly from their films. Ghidorahs are also a pretty big enemy in those films as well. There might actually be just as many, if not more, versions of Ghidorah in the Mothra films than Godzilla's. But there's Death Ghidorah, I think Grand King Ghidorah, Cretaceous King Ghidorah, and a few others like that. And let's see, next. We have Kamacuras from the Showa era. I didn't mean to let go of it yet, but I mean, I feel like Kamacuras kinda deserves to be here. Like, the only thing I remember him for, well, them for, is I think picking on Manila a little bit before Godzilla comes in and beats them up. And then Kumanga eats one of them. So yeah, it's not too important, I'd say. Then there's King Caesar from Final Wars. I mean, I think I'll put him right next to Anguirus, because they're pretty much memorable to me for the exact same reason. But yeah, I think I'll keep him behind Anguirus, because Anguirus is overall a bit more memorable than King Caesar, so I'll keep them in this order. Now for Kumanga. I think this is also the Final Wars version, so I'll put him over here. behind the other two. Because he is it's a cool monster in his own right, but I don't think we get to see too much of him. And when we do, he's not the most impressive monster out there. There are other cooler ones that we've seen, including monsters that look like spiders. So he doesn't even have that really going for him. And then next up is, I think, Final Wars Manda, because I'm pretty sure that's that one ship that they use all the time in Final Wars that he's tying himself around. See it. Unfortunately, I have to put him over in C tier because no one really remembers Manda. There's not a lot that really makes people remember him. Outside of like Singular Point Manda, but it's only because he gets hunted. Well, there's multiple Mandas in Singular Point, so they get eaten by Godzilla a lot. Actually, no, not a lot, but like they get chased after by the aquatic version of Godzilla, and then one of them gets killed by him. And then next up, Final Wars Manila. Now, I might have to put him down in... I'll put him in low C tier, because I personally do not like Manila a lot. But this version of Manila, he did do good. Like at the very end, he shows Final Wars Godzilla that monsters and humans can get along because he hung out with a little kid for a while, and I guess he learned that humans aren't so bad. I don't know if he ever actually had any fear of humans beforehand. We didn't even really see him with Godzilla for a while, until like the very end. I'll put him below C tiers. He has some kind of relevance. And then next up, I think this is, is it also Final Wars, or is it, is it Final Wars or Heisei Mothra? They look very similar. And apparently, Manila also assisted in the final battle. I don't remember that. Unless he was... I remember it was something that humans were using that powered up Godzilla at the very end. Like that allowed him to be Kaiser, but I don't remember if Manila was there. I just thought like him going on like the big road trip with that one kid and his grandpa. I thought like they showed up at like the very, very end. But it's been a while since I've seen Final Wars, so I'm not sure if it actually did happen. I just forgot. But anyways, back to Mothra. I'm assuming this is the Final Wars one. In which case, I'd say she's probably the most competent of the Mothras. Besides Mothra from the Monsterverse, I'd say she got at least one. She at least got a win against Rodan before losing to King Ghidorah. This version of Mothra, she got one win and one loss technically because she tied with Gigan. But the way she beat him was pretty darn cool. So she's the most memorable of the bunch, so I think I'll put her at the top of B tier, above Return of Godzilla's version of Godzilla. See, from what I remember, Manila was there, but all he did was launch his atomic breath once. I think I remember that too. My mind was kind of fuzzy, but it's been a while since I watched Final Wars. Same. I'm not sure how it would have been in the final battle, though. I mean, I feel like I would have remembered if, like, he tried combining his atomic breath with Final Wars Godzilla's red atomic breath to beat Kaiser. So I'm pretty sure that didn't happen. It might have been a cool idea, but pretty sure it didn't. Unless that was the thing that was used to charge up Final Wars Godzilla around the very end of the film when Kaiser was kind of beating on him. But I thought that was like the human ship that was doing that. I'm not sure. And then there's Final Wars Rodan over here. I actually don't remember what this version of Rodan did. But it is a cool design for Rodan, to give him some credits. I'll put him over here. I'll put him ahead of Godzilla, but I feel like C tier, maybe C tier. And then next up, Fire Rodan. This one is going up a lot higher because I do love Fire Rodan specifically because of its personality, I'd say. Because it seems to be very protective of Godzilla Jr. as both an egg and a child. And it has some kind of, I'm not sure if it was explained, but it had a strong psychic bond to Jr. and always knew where he was. And I like that it was going out of its way to protect Jr. Even going as far as to fight Mechagodzilla, who it thought was a threat to him. And when it died, it kind of put aside its differences with Heisei Godzilla and lent him his power. I mean, he didn't have much of a choice, but I like to think that his last thoughts were that he knew Heisei Godzilla would protect Junior in his place. So I'll put him in A tier. And then there's this guy here who I do not know at all. I could assume that is Ibra, but I'm not sure if it is. So yeah, I don't know about him, so you're going to D tier, buddy, I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. See, Skullface Garo says, I think all Rodan did was destroy Manhattan. Man, I bet Final Wars Godzilla feels bad about. Well, he kind of feels jealous about that, because he could have been destroying Manhattan again, but instead he went to Sydney, where he gets wrecked by Final Wars Godzilla in the span of, I'd say, 30 seconds. Which I also kind of feel sad about, because actually, like I said earlier, when I was talking about the baby Godzillas from 1998. I do actually kind of like Zilla. He's definitely not compared to other versions of Godzilla, he's not the best, but I like his design since I am a Godzilla fan, and, well, I'm a Godzilla and a dinosaur fan, and seeing a version of Godzilla with more theropod-like features, it was cool to see. Anyways. We have, I believe this is Ghidorah. I don't remember anything about Ghidorah though. I had to go over here to D tier, buddy, I'm sorry. And then there's Baragon from, I believe, 2003. Pretty sure that's this version of Baragon, and I will say I feel bad for him because the film that he appeared in was a heavily missed opportunity, in my opinion, because originally it wasn't. At least the first draft for the film was. Can't word, but the final film that he appears in is Godzilla, Mothra, King Ghidorah Monsters All Out Attack, where he's supposed to be one of the 3 guardian monsters alongside Mothra and King Ghidorah. But notice how he's the only one of the 3 whose name isn't mentioned in the title. And not only that, but he's the first monster for Godzilla to fight in that film, and he gets obliterated, basically. Whereas in some of the first drafts, he was supposed to fight alongside, I believe, Anguirus and Varan, and they were supposed to be the 3 guardian monsters. And I kind of prefer that a bit more, because that gives 3 rather, I guess, 2 rather unknown monsters and 1 underutilized monster, being Anguirus, a chance to be in the spotlight again. But they didn't do that because they wanted Mothra and King Ghidorah to be in there to boost sales. And then Baragon was just kind of left in there to be Godzilla's punching bag. So yeah. Also I see Garo says, true lol, and also Sum 41 playing in the background made it cooler. I think you're talking about the Godzilla and Zilla fight I mentioned earlier. I gotta say, even though I feel bad for Zilla, the We're All to Blame song, that one definitely made up for it. It made the fight cool, even though it was super duper short. But yeah. If I didn't know the backstory to the film, I would just put him in C tier, but I think I'll put him in high B tier because of all the potential he could have had, but they didn't utilize. Put him over here above Biollante. Actually, maybe below Biollante, but above Final Wars Gigan. Yeah, that fight was cool. Indeed it was. And speaking of, we are getting close to Zilla very soon, but we can't talk about him just yet. Because, since we just talked about Baragon from the 2003 film, now we have the Godzilla to talk about. One is definitely the most interesting of the Godzilla. Well, it's one of the most unique of. I can't use 24. Final Wars Godzilla is also unique, but this version of Godzilla is probably one of the most, I guess, out of there versions of Godzilla, especially from the Millennium series. Because unlike like the one from the Godzillas from 2000, Godzilla 2000, Godzilla 2002, I think like Tokyo SOS, and also Final Wars Godzillas, it's a lot closer to Heisei versions, the Heisei version of Godzilla, but with these these terrifying pupilless, completely white eyes, which always kind of scared me as a kid when I saw it. It definitely, it does a good job of adding the scare factor to this version of Godzilla, since that is what they're going for, and they were going for in his film. And also his origin story is also quite unique. I like the other Godzillas, which are usually ancient creatures or regular creatures that were just kind of chilling out that got mutated by radiation. This one is it's the culmination of just a bunch of ghosts from something I'm not sure I can talk about on Twitch. But yeah. Basically, a bunch of vengeful ghosts came together and made this Godzilla. It's certainly an interesting origin story for him. But I don't know how well he stands out compared to most other versions of Godzilla out there. I think I'll put him above the Dorats, but below Final Wars Gigan. And then speaking of, next is his film's version of King Ghidorah, which I'm pretty sure it's the only version of King Ghidorah to be portrayed as a good guy, being one of the guardian monsters, as I mentioned earlier. So I do kind of like that aspect of him. Apparently, if I remember correctly, he used to be a 1,000-headed dragon until I think like a hero or something that somehow managed to defeat him and imprison him until he could be used again to save the world. Or something like that, I'm not sure. But I think because just the notoriety of being the first good King Ghidorah, I'll put him in A tier, sure. Bottom of A tier, maybe, or no, I'll leave him in A tier. You can debate with me on that, but I think he's cool. And so was the Mothra from that film as well. I don't think she actually managed to beat I don't think she even came close to beating Godzilla, but she's doing her usual thing as being guardian monster. I think she held him off fairly well. I think she deserves at least B tier. She did a decent job as guardian monster, but nothing too noteworthy compared to the rest of her versions, like the other versions of Mothra. Alright, and here comes the big ones. Oh, hold on, I see Sleepyhead is in chat. Oh my god, I'm legit wearing a Godzilla shirt right now. Oh, very nice. Well, I hope that you also enjoyed this Godzilla stream, and if you're I hope that I'm glad to know that you are can't word, but it's a fun coincidence, and if you do happen to be a fellow G fan as well, I hope that you enjoyed this Godzilla ranking stream, and you can also discuss what you think of my tier list so far and some of the choices I make in the future. If you think some monsters deserve a bit more credit or are being overhyped. So right now, we are kinda at a big one here, being the 1998 Godzilla. A lot of people are not gonna agree with me on this, but I want to put him over in A tier because I know the design is a lot different from all the other Godzillas that have appeared, but it was the Godzilla that I first saw and the one that brought me into the Godzilla franchise, so it holds a lot of nostalgic value to me. Plus, even without that, the fact that it's a version of Godzilla that's closer to real-life theropod dinosaurs, as a dino fan as well, I do like that. And plus a certain TV show that I'll have to talk about very soon definitely it reversed all the bad that the film gave it. So I'm putting you in A tier. Actually, I'm gonna put you next to your kid. I should put you above the baby Godzillas, actually. But yeah, it's gonna be controversial, but I do really love that version of Godzilla. And then next up, we have Godzilla 2000, I believe. Or maybe this is 2000, and this one is the other Godzillas from, like, Tokyo SOS and such, I don't know. Both of them, though, they're basically the same monsters, so I think I'll give them the same ranking. Let's see, Millennium Godzilla. I mean, the way he lets Orga try to absorb him before using atomic breath to destroy him from the inside is a cool scene. So I'll give 2000 Godzilla that. But also his fights with Kiryu. I know Mechagodzillas are always supposed to be a challenge to their respective Godzillas, but I feel like Kiryu manhandled Millennium Godzilla a bit too much. Like, I feel like it could have been more even, at least closer to looking even. I think this version of Godzilla's atomic breath did manage to like tie in like a beam struggle with Kiryu's absolute zero cannon, which is quite the feat. But I don't know if he's done anything too memorable besides that. No, actually, no, hold on. I remember. He did beat Megaguirus before, and in that film, I believe he survived a black hole. I think that should put him pretty high ups. The black hole feat. S tier or I don't hold this one particularly high in terms of my favorite Godzillas, but he's definitely deserving of top 8 here, overpassing 1998 Godzilla for me. Even though you're still awesome, buddy. And then next up, we have... Well, now we have to talk about the anime Godzilla trilogy. Oh dears. Let's see. I don't know which one is supposed to be Godzilla Filius and which one is Godzilla Earth. I think this one here is Earth, and then this one here is supposed to be Godzilla Filius, or aka his son, aka basically the red herring for all the humans that show up in Godzilla, I think, Planet of the Monsters. Because for those of you who don't know it, the basic premise of that movie is, I'm not gonna go through actually, you know what, I'll go through a really brief summary of what goes down. Bunch of monsters, Godzilla in particular, they're just wrecking mankind, and they're basically taking over the planet, so humans have to escape. After they manage to return to Earth after thousands of years, and they have a plan to take out Godzilla. And then it works, but it's because it's only Godzilla Filius, his much weaker and smaller son, and then Godzilla Earth comes in to just wreak havoc on them. So I don't feel like I would place Godzilla Filius up very high, because, like I said earlier, he's just kind of a red herring to make the humans think they won, only for Godzilla Earth to come in and kind of steal the spotlight for a bit. And he doesn't even really mourn for Godzilla Filius' loss. He just pops out and roars, and then starts destroying things. Doesn't even look at him, so... I mean, it's... I mean, if the movie doesn't give him that much respect, then C tier probably is. Godzilla Earth, on the other hand, I would say he's probably one of the most overpowered Godzillas to date, since he did have like 20,000 years-ish of evolution under his belt. He has a semi-permeable energy shield thing that he can generate. Unlike his son, he he knew how to deal with people trying to take advantage of the shield. He has the atomic breath, though it doesn't really come out of his mouth, but like somehow it just shows up in front of where his face is. I don't know how that works. But it kind of takes away the awesomeness value of Godzilla Earth for me. Well, at least like the atomic breath. We only ever really got to see him fight another monster once, and that was being his fight with Void King Ghidorah, which was not the most impressive kaiju fight out there, I would say. So I think I'd have to put him over here, unfortunately. Over in B tier. I'll put him higher up in B tier, because he was a cool monster, but he's a bit underwhelming for me overall. He's not bad, but he could have been better. That's all I'll say on him. And perhaps in the future, well, I don't know about the future, but perhaps someday, he can be redeemed in my eyes. We'll have to see. But for right now, I think he can. It'll just stay over here, in B tier, and just leave it at that. But anyways, I think next up is one of the good Godzillas now, Zilla Jr., who I am going to promptly put over in S tier. And this is what I mean by, earlier, by the TV show that, pretty much made up for all the mistakes of 1998's Godzilla. It has all the cool extra dinosaur features that 1998's Godzilla has that I love. And they gave him all the powers, well, not all the powers, but lots of the powers that the original Godzillas did have, that the 1998 Godzilla didn't, like atomic breath, specifically green atomic breath, that made him, I think even to this day, still the only one with green atomic breath, which makes him stand out from other monsters. And honestly, I feel like the green atomic breath kind of fits him more than blue. I'm not sure why, but it just does. I think it's because the 1998 Godzilla logo has like a kind of blue, not blue, but like a greenish glow to it. I'm not sure. But yes. And it also made him somewhat immune to conventional weaponry. Like, I think in the first episode, when he's still technically like a juvenile / subadult, he did get damaged by missiles, but he did survive a rather large bomb. And then all the episodes afterwards, he's able to take lots of army weaponry without too much issue. Even tanked a few lasers from alien technology in the Monster Wars special. So I definitely want him up in S tier. Bottom of S tier though, because looking back at the series, he did also kind of lose a lot of, well, he struggled / lost in a lot of his fights. Like, it would be boring if he were to like one-shot every single monster in every episode, but I feel like he could have done better in some of the fights he was in. Especially in this one episode with his mate Commodithrax and a giant turtle. Specifically the giant turtle. I wanted him to do a way better job at fighting that thing. If you know, you know. But if you don't know, I would suggest that you go check out that one well, the whole series, but that one episode too, especially. I think it's called, no, not New Family, but forgot the name. But it was a really good episode. Possibly one of Godzilla the series' best ones. Except for the fact that the turtle was able to beat Godzilla Jr. in only like 2 shots. Like, I think a swing of his tail plus a headbutt. I feel like Zilla Jr. should have done way better at that. But even so, it holds a lot of nostalgia for me. It's, in my opinion, the coolest of the animated Godzillas. And I think he deserves the S tier spot. And then next up we have the Godzillasaurus. So let's see. Like I said earlier, Godzillasaurus wasn't the first idea they had for Godzilla. They were first considering just having him be a mutated Tyrannosaurus, which, I mean, I would personally really enjoy. But also, they decided to go against it and then have him be a brand new kind of dinosaur before he got mutated. And I think the Godzillasaurus does a good job of that. Like, it's, for the most part, pretty believable. It's closer to retro designs of dinosaurs than the more modern depictions of theropods. Excuse me. It looks more like the retro kind of dinos that drag their tails around everywhere, stand more vertical than horizontal. Not quite as catering to, like, more accurate depictions of theropods like Zilla Jr. does. But I do like the retro depictions of dinos and like paleo art and stuff like that. I'm really bad at wording if you can't tell already. But I think he does his job in the story well. And I do like how the first thing we see him do, slash kind of the last thing before he turns into Godzilla, was save some soldiers from their enemies. And when he's actually damaged by the bad guy's weaponry, the soldiers that he saves actually kind of pay him respect before they leave him to what they thought was him dying. But also, I see Secret Shinobi has just rated and hosted the stream just now. Hello everyone, thank you for stopping by. Hold on. Let me go into Big Dino form. Hello everyone, thank you for stopping by today. I hope that you're all having a wonderful day today. And I hope that the stream you came from just now was super fun and that you all had a good time there. And that you have a good time here as well. Right now we are, right now we're, ranking some, kaiju from the Godzilla franchise. So stick around for that if you wish to do so. Stick around if you wish to see more of that. And also, hold on, before I forget, Secret Shinobi, I gotta put out, the shout out command for you, if I can just copy and paste your name correctly. Alright, so there we go. And I see, according to it, you were playing Hollow Cure Save the Fans in your last stream. And I hope that was fun. Oh, and I see you're also lurking. Alright. Who got wait, who died? Well, people thought Godzillasaurus was going to die just before he turned into Godzilla. It's a long story. But yeah, it is big. That was Big Dino just now, and I'm a lurk because I'm hungry. That's fine. Alright, also, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate the support. It was good to see you here, and thank you again for choosing to raid me today. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. And if you're still watching the stream while you are lurking, I hope that you enjoy it. I hope that you enjoyed the stream still. Alright, so anyways, back to the backstory of Godzillasaurus. So basically, the first thing we saw him do, slash kind of the last thing before he became Godzilla when the atomic bomb dropped, he did well, he kind of risked his life to save some soldiers that were retreating from their enemies just like a little while earlier. It's possible he was just kind of defending his territory and the humans just got in the middle of it. But the soldiers didn't see it that way, and as Godzillasaurus was about to quote-unquote die, the soldiers they gave him a salute and they were there with him in what they thought were his last moments. Just before the atomic bomb dropped, and then he became the original Godzilla. I think that's probably one of the best origin stories for Godzilla's. And I think for that he deserves to be up here in A tier. It helps portray Godzilla like in his other depictions in the Heisei era, not as a bad guy or good guy, but like an anti-hero. And that it's kind of just an animal trying to survive. So I think he safely sits up in A tier. Right next to a fellow ancient Godzilla, Dagon. And then next up we have Godzilla Jr., who I'm also going to put up straight over to S tier alongside his baby self. I mean, Godzilla Jr., a good portion of the Heisei era is about him growing up alongside not the original Godzilla, but the main Heisei Godzilla, and being raised by him and protected by him up until around the end of Godzilla vs. Destroyer, where when the original Godzilla dies because of his meltdown during his burning mode, all his ashes go into Junior, and at the end credits, you can see him become the new Godzilla. And unfortunately, they never made a new film about him, and like how he becomes the new king of the monsters, but I mean, even though we never got to really see him in action in his fully grown stage, he's still a cool monster. Hopefully someone makes a film about him in the future, and I think he deserves his S tier spot. And I see Umbra Tanuki's in chat. I smell tier lists. Well, your smell has led you in the right place, because there's indeed a tier list for Godzilla monsters. Right now, we just put Godzilla Jr.'s adult. Actually, in this picture, he's kind of like semi-adult form over here in S tier. And next we have Gorosaurus from the Showa era. I'm definitely gonna rank him pretty high up because, I mean, it's a kaiju that is explicitly also a dinosaur. It would be a crime for me to put him any lower than A tier. But I also want to say he's kind of a missed opportunity because apparently he's supposed to be a relative of the Allosaurus, which, as a paleo nerd, I don't know how to feel about that because he looks absolutely nothing like an Allosaurus. Even his face looks more like a Carcharodontosaurus, but also his name, Gorosaurus, it is very, very similar to Gorgosaurus, which is a Tyrannosaurid, aka one of my relatives. So for the longest time, I thought that's what he was supposed to be, like a mutated Gorgosaurus, with just like one letter changed. And then I learned he wasn't a fellow Tyrannosaurid, like I was. And I was very disappointed to learn that he was supposed to be an Allosaurus. So it's the bottom of A tier, but no more than that. Plus, he played an important role in Godzilla Destroy All Monsters, helping in the fight against King Ghidorah. Plus, he was useful, I guess, in that one Toho film of King Kong to show off how strong King Kong was, to Gorosaurus' dismay. But yeah, I think he deserves the A tier spot. And yep, I see the animated emotes and Godzilla there. Rest. Yep. Actually, I'm wondering how much. Oh dear, we actually have quite a lot of other monsters to get to. All right. I'm kind of worried usually when I do tier lists because sometimes I think I don't know if this is gonna take too long. Like what am I supposed to do if I finish early? But I underestimate how long it takes for me to ramble before I start putting monsters in their right spots. Anyways, we have Heisei King Ghidorah, which is probably my second favorite iteration of King Ghidorah. So he's definitely got to be up here above his Millennium counterpart. I'll put him over here. So basically, his backstory is he's a mutated version of 3 of these little guys, the Dorats. Time travelers put him on the island where Godzilla's source was supposed to be, so they get mutated instead of Godzilla as the Godzilla source, and then they become King Ghidorah. And a whole bunch of time travel shenanigans before that happened. They also got... I ain't really bad at explaining things, but... some point, sooner or later, he and Godzilla fight. And it's somewhat close, I'd say. Up until Godzilla destroys the ship that the time travelers that created King Ghidorah was using. And then he absolutely gets wrecked by Heisei Godzilla, but he was a cool monster while he lasted, and at the very end when he was revived as just Mecha King Ghidorah. I think they also call him Hyper Mecha King Ghidorah in some iterations, I'm not sure. But yeah, he also was cool while in that state, and I don't know what else to say except that he's just a cool monster, and I believe he deserves the A tier spot. Next up, speaking of Mecha King Ghidorah earlier, we have Mecha Godzilla 2, which was built around his remains. I want to put him pretty high up, because I'd say he's one of the more impressive versions of Mecha Godzilla. Especially in terms of artillery, except maybe for Kiryu, in my opinions. Because he doesn't have anything really like the absolute zero cannon, but he does have the plasma grenade, and see, trying to think, I'm pretty sure he has missile fingers, like Showa Godzilla did, as well as the rainbow atomic breath kind of thing that he has. Eye lasers. I think he has missiles on his feet too, or like his legs. He just has weapons pretty much everywhere, pretty much. And he did a really good job at fighting Heisei Godzilla. He managed to turn the tides on their first fight. Actually managed to beat Heisei Godzilla and destroy his second brain. In their second battle, before getting obliterated by Heisei Godzilla's new red atomic breath. So, no, I gotta commend him for how powerful he was for the time, and put him up here in high A tier. Mogira, on the other hand, which I think was also built around Mechagodzilla's remains, like how Mechagodzilla was built around Mecha King Ghidorah's remains. But Mogira was a lot less relevant and powerful. At most, I think I remember it destroying one of Space Godzilla's candy corn, like the candy corn things on his shoulders, and not much else. So it's low C tier for you, buddy. I'm sorry. You were still kind of cool though, and I remember you from Monster Island Buddies, so that is something at least. Next up, we have. I think this is Heisei Mothra, which I do not know too much about, besides the fact that she had a few appearances in the Heisei era. Not a significant amount. I think she dies to Godzilla and then her offspring work together to take him out. I don't know if it actually works or not. It's been a while since I've seen that one film. But I think this is also the Mothra that works with Batra to imprison Godzilla somewhere. I think I'll put it right next to Final Wars Mothra, I think. I shouldn't. Maybe around over here, I think here would be good. And then speaking of that Mothra, I think this is their Mothra larvae version, so I'll put them over here right next to them. Slightly lower. And then we have, I think it's Heisei Rodan, but without the fire powers. So I'll put him over here, underneath his Fire Rodan form, but he's still an A tier, because again, like I said with Fire Rodan, I like how he's kind of like, he acts as a guardian for Godzilla Jr. before he fights and loses to Mechagodzilla. And then he sacrifices himself to power up Heisei Godzilla so he can protect Junior. And then next up we have I believe it's called Kumata-kun, aka the first form of Shin Godzilla. I think because of things like the memes, and honestly just how goofy he looks, I'll put him in low A tiers. He's not the most impressive Godzilla, but I'd say he's memorable in his own way. And I need to drink because my throat is killing me right now. That's better. And then we have this turtle thing here, who I do not know whatsoever, so it's to the D tier for you, buddy, I'm sorry. And then we have Kaiser Ghidorah, who's definitely going up to... Should he be the first S tier non-Godzilla? I'll put him right above Destroya. Because I feel like Kaiser Ghidorah is overall I prefer him more as Godzilla's kind of like ultimate villain as opposed to Destroya, because I like Destroya, who I said earlier, did kind of get defeated by human technology, even if it was freeze rays that were specifically created to defeat large monsters with like a weakness to ice, aka burning Godzilla. It's still kind of embarrassing, whereas Kaiser Ghidorah has no serious weaknesses, and he was the only one to be a serious threat for Final Wars Godzillas. I'll put him at the top of A tier. I think he deserves that much. I see Solid Snook 19 says, hey, hello there, Solid Snook. Welcome to the stream. It's good to see you here as always, and I hope that you're doing well. And I hope that you enjoyed today's stream, and it's good to see you here. Right now, we are ranking some Godzilla Kaiju. I feel like we're half-ish way through, but we got quite a lot of monsters up here, and if you want to go... if you want to share your thoughts on each one, like some of the placings, feel free to do so. And I hope that you enjoy watching me place these monsters all about. So next up, well, I just mentioned about how awesome Final Wars Goji and how Kaiser Ghidorah was the only one that challenged him. I'd already put a version of Final Wars Godzilla here, so I'm guessing this is him after being powered up by the human ship. So I'm gonna put him over here. Above himself, kinda. Next up, we have... Hold on, let's see. The bag thing in the top right of B tier is, hideous. Hold on. The bag thing in the top right of... Wait, this guy here, like... Oh, the bat thing. I mean, I thought the door rats were adorables. Maybe that's just me, but I guess they also should be kind of terrifying since they're the ones that get mutated and become King Ghidorah, who is right over here. At least they're supposed to be designed to be adorable, and I'm pretty sure someone in the movie at least says that they're cute. Or maybe she and I just have weird tastes. Maybe they gave it bigger eyes. Adora bats, like from Mau Mau. I'm not sure what that means. But anyways. Next we have the Showa era King Kong. From during the very short time that Toho managed to get the rights to King Kong. I don't particularly like this version of King Kong because it's... I mean... For one, it somehow beats Godzilla in the first movie they shared together. Because... solely because of the fact that King Kong was slightly more popular than Godzilla back then. So they had it officially quote-unquote win. And I prefer, the Godzilla vs. Kong we have nowadays. So... I'll just put you over here in D tier out of spite. Sorry, not sorry. Oh, the character from Mau Mau and... Oh, they have the same name, apparently. The Dorats? I hope that they don't. Hold on, let's see. So I think next up here, these are the 4 monsters from, I think, Tokyo SOS. So one of the Millennium Era Millennium Era Godzillas, alongside the Mothra and her 2 children that fight him, plus Kiryu. Oh, I thought they were called the Adora Bats. Nope, they're called the Dorats. Which I'm pretty sure is kind of a play on like both bats and also Dora as in King Ghidorah. Dorats. So I guess with that name, some people might think they're also supposed to be like based on rats, actually. But I'm pretty sure they aren't. So anyways, well, you're basically the same as these guys over here, this version of Millennium Godzilla, but like, I believe slightly stronger because you're from a later film, so straight up to A tier. I'll put this version of Mothra and her babies next to Final Wars Mothra, because I don't remember exactly how much they contributed to the fight against this version of Godzilla, but I know the mother she put up a good fight, and the two babies were able to incapacitate him with silk for a good while. So, I mean, props to the little guys for trying to help out. And I think I'll have Kiryu technically be the first not Godzilla to be S tier, while also being another Godzilla up in S tier. Because this version of Mechagodzilla, aka Kiryu, like I said earlier, is built around the bones of the original 1954 Godzilla. And I like his dynamic where sometimes the original spirit of the first Godzilla will take over, and well, he'll use his new robot body to wreak havoc and do, you know, just his usual Godzilla thing. But then later on, kind of, I guess, becoming friends with the human pilot of Kiryu. Up until, I think, the very end of the film the last film that Kiryu appears in, where instead of killing Godzilla, he just flies him away so that, like, he wants another Godzilla to survive. And like to take, I guess, I don't know how to word it, but he just doesn't want to kill another Godzilla. And I think like his pilot understood that. But yeah, I like the whole ghost Godzilla dynamic that he has, and that's why I'm putting him up in S tier. Let's see, so who's the main villain though? Is it Mothra? Now Mothra is usually one of the good monsters. She's always depicted as the guardian of something like a guardian of Earth, and usually she allies herself with Godzilla when he's a good guy. When he's the bad guy, usually she's trying to save humanity from him. I mean, I guess if you're looking at it from Godzilla's perspective, she might be the main villain sometimes. But that's only if you're looking at it from Godzilla's perspective. And next up, we have the Skull Island version of Monster vs. Kong. So, I mean, I definitely love Monster vs. Kong. So, I can't word it exactly, but like they do a good job of making him act like a real animal that's just being territorial and protecting his home, while also giving it some personality, kind of human-like attributes, like his bond with that one kid in Godzilla vs. Kong. And also, like, behind the scenes in King of the Monsters, they implied that he heard King Ghidorah's call to arms, that every other Titan was either against and was straight up going to attack him, obeyed King Ghidorah and was going to support him, but Kong just completely ignored it and just continued on his days on Skull Island. And I kind of like that. Like that every monster is going to do something related to King Ghidorah's roar, whether it be like rebelling against him or going out to help him. But Kong just doesn't care. Plus also, it's a more accurate way of his fight with Godzilla was more accurate to what should have happened in the original version of King Kong. So, well, I put you here in D tier out of spite. I'll put you over here in A tier, and also just want to actually talk more about Skull Island, since this is the version of Kong that it's from. I do love, like, the backstory between things like comics and such that they gave him. That he really is the last of his kind, because the Skull Crawlers were absolutely devastating his kind, and Apparently his mother gave birth to him as there were skull crawlers attacking and his dad was fighting him off the whole time. And then his mom had to hide him in a cave before some of the larger skull crawlers finally took them down. It helps people give sympathy towards Kong, and it just shows like how much he's kind of had to struggle throughout his life, and it helps me understand why some people will feel bad for him and would like to see him win against Godzilla in some scenarios. Because some people some people appreciate a good underdog story. And his final fight against the large skull crawler at the end of Kong Skull Island. That was pretty cool. Like the way how he used, I think like an old anchor or something on an old ship that he happened to come across. He used it as like a ball and chain to attack the last giant skull crawler. And I don't know if I'm allowed to go into like explicit detail, but when it manages to come back a little bit to try and attack him again, the way he finally kills it is extremely brutal, to say the least. And I like how he does have a caring side. Like, he still protects the people living on Skull Island just like his ancestors did. And not only that, but I remember seeing one scene where I forgot her name, but like the woman who plays the person who plays Captain Marvel in the MCU, her character in Skull Island was trying to help I remember what it's called. It was a skewered buffalo that got trapped by a crashed helicopter. She was trying to help him up, and then suddenly Kong appears and takes the helicopter off the buffalo to let him escape. It shows that he's not just a fighter, but he also goes out of his way to help other residents of Skull Island that aren't a threat to him. And he also has something of like, not an understanding, but like he kind of made peace with some of the humans that ended up on Skull Island. Like, not like the denizens of Skull Island, but like people that crash landed there. So all in all, I'll put him in solid A tier. I think right beneath Godzilla 1998 and his children, because they still hold way too much nostalgic value to me. I see Solid Snook says in the chat. So Mothra was never evil, huh? Yes. I mean, Batra, you could, her kind of brother, you could say he was somewhat evil. But he was also technically a guardian of Earth like Mothra. It's just that he was a guardian of Earth specifically, not humanity, and because humanity is not always the best, he thought they should be destroyed. But yeah, it's sad that he eventually died, and that's only if the OG King Kong is canon to Skull Island, and yeah, it was pretty cool. Alright, so next up we have a Showa Godzilla. I'm not sure for what film though. If I knew what version of Showa Godzilla this was supposed to be, then I think I'd put him over in... He's definitely not going down below B tier. Unless this is supposed to be like Showa Mechagodzilla in disguise. It might be. But it'd be weird to not show him like with the little chip of silver on his shoulder if it's supposed to be fake Godzilla. Because otherwise people would have like would have to have the movie fresh in their mind to recognize who this is. I mean, in either case, it's either gonna be B or A tier, and I think I'll put it right over here in between the 2003 Godzilla and Godzilla Earth. I think. Regardless if it's fake Godzilla or a Showa Godzilla who I can't identify, I think it fits just fine around in between those two. And here we have Godzilla Jr. from Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla, who's definitely going over here above both versions of Godzilla. Well, Godzilla Jr. I'll put, hold on. Actually, I'll keep him over here. Actually, no, I think this will work. But yeah, I think I've already said a lot about Godzilla Jr. already, but I can't help it. He's one of my favorite monsters from the Heisei era. He's a much better baby Godzilla than Manila ever was. And I like that this specific design actually looks like... I can't word, but like, it really does look like a baby Godzilla. Not quite as much as the one over here, because like the coloring and the shapes of their dorsal plates, but I kind of like this one's look too. It reminds me of Chibi Godzilla now that I think about it, actually. Like the version of Godzilla from like the Godzilla and kind of offshoot part of the franchise that's like catering towards small children. It reminds me of like that version of Godzilla, those versions of Godzilla that are usually green in color, as opposed to other versions of Godzilla that are like usually like dark gray. But yeah, I might actually put the adult Godzilla Jr. a little higher up though. I can't choose between any of them, which I do actually like above the other, because they're all great. I'll keep them like this, but I guess... And they are the same character, so... I can kind of say they're all equal. Alright, so next up, we have Mecha King Ghidorah, who... I mean, it is Heisei Godzilla, so I gotta put him over here, next to himself, but higher up in the rankings. Because one, I mean, it's a cool idea having King Ghidorah, one of Godzilla's greatest enemies, come back with cybernetic enhancements. And I like how one of the heads is all... I mean, I might have preferred having all three heads still alive, but one head is semi-repossessed with technology, like half of its face is replaced with technology, but having one head completely replaced by robotics is interesting as well. And I did like how I'm pretty sure it shoots a different kind of beam than the original heads do. Like, it's not like the typical yellow gravity beam, but something else. I think it was rainbow in color, like Mechagodzilla's atomic breath. Well, I don't know if it's atomic breath, but like its mouth weapon. I think that's a cool detail. But yeah, I think that's about it that I have to say for Mechagodzilla. Mecha King Ghidorah. So next up we have the male Mutos. So let's see. I feel like I place him in the same spot as around where his mate is. Because again, like I said for the female Muto, I do like these creatures because one, I just kind of like that the creators of specifically Godzilla 2014 went the extra mile of creating new monsters for Godzilla to fight. Even though it would have been also cool to have him fight another monster that we already know. So, like for the sake of having more recognizable names and like making it a bit more marketable. I like the idea that they went the extra mile of creating a whole new monster for Godzilla to fight. And I kind of feel bad for them because, like I said earlier, even though, if their eggs were allowed to hatch, their kind could definitely rain havoc, across humanity. And probably just conquer Earth entirely, but at the same time though, they themselves didn't actually have intentions to do that. It's just that their instincts are to reproduce, and with enough of them around, they would accidentally take over Earth's ecosystem just because of how they are, and most other creatures not being able to outcompete them for survivals. They're just creatures, just going off of instinct, and they aren't exactly malicious to some extent. And especially this one scene after the humans blow up their nest, and you can see the female Muto rush over to her nest to see if any of her young are still alive. And the noise that she makes when she sees that all her eggs are dead. I feel bad though. Even though they, like, especially what they do to other monsters, like how they lay their eggs in them and things like that. They're scary creatures, and we know why they can't be allowed to live, but still, seeing it mourn over its young, it is still heartbreaking in spite of all that we know about their kind, and it's understandable why somewhat understandable why, instead of continuing to go after Godzilla like it was with its mate earlier, and instead chooses to go after some of the humans it saw near its nest, who it was able to figure out they were the ones that probably did this. Even though that probably led to the Mutos getting taken out by Godzilla. And they both had at least going out of like empathy for the Mutos. At least they went out with style. Like the kiss of death for the female Muto, and the male Muto, his death isn't quite as over the top, which is why I put him slightly lower in ranking. It was still pretty cool. Like, Godzilla starts getting the pattern of how the male Muto attacks him, because he's able to fly unlike his mate, and usually attacks him from behind. So when he sees the male Muto coming again, he slowly turns around and then uses his tail to slam him into a skyscraper. And I think that's just cool. Again, not as cool as like breathing atomic breath down their throat like what happened to the female Muto, but it's still a badass way to go, at least. So they both have earned their spots over in A tier as Godzilla villains. They're monstrous, but also sympathetic, and their deaths are awesome. And then next up, Mechagodzilla City, I believe this is supposed to be. Yeah, I'm gonna put you down in low C tier because, I mean, Mechagodzilla City isn't really, like the name suggests, it isn't even really a monster. Like, a Mechagodzilla is just pretty much a sentient city made of nanometal that barely even managed to do anything to Godzilla Earth. So, yeah, I'm putting you down here. I think everyone's already said a lot about the Godzilla anime trilogy, but this how much they squandered their version of Mechagodzilla's potential is, yeah. Like, they do have an actual, like, design for their Mechagodzilla. The face looks a bit off, but it still would have been interesting to see it actually fight Godzilla in that state. But according to the lore, when Godzilla was approaching their laboratory and they were going to use it to fight Godzilla, this Mechagodzilla for some reason wasn't working and they had to abandon the project, leading it to just never be used again and then become this city thing. I mean, it's not bad, but, well, I mean, it kind of is, but like, it's not the worst thing they could have done, but I definitely feel like they could have done more with their version of Mechagodzilla that they didn't really choose to do. So yeah, you're gonna stay over here in C tier, buddy. I'm sorry. And then we have Megagyrus over here. Well, Megagyrus over here in A tier. It's kind of underwhelming for a Godzilla villain. Probably the most memorable of like the bug-related ones. Like everyone, well, enemies, because Mothra is apparently an enemy of Godzilla, but she's very much memorable as a good guy. And Batra too, to some extent. He's kind of an anti-hero. And Kumanga and Kamacuras are at least somewhat memorable for, like, just like for being enemies that kind of bully Manila a bit, and how they just help him to like grow a backbone and become tougher. But Megagyrus, they didn't really do much. Like I think they created like a swarm of insects and stuff like that, but not much else. Not much. So I think it's very low B tier, unfortunately. Oh, and I see. My goodness, it's a big tier list, and indeed it is Merciless Wolf. And I don't even know if we're halfway through. But I mean, it's fun to do stuff like this, so I don't mind. Also, I'm trying to figure out, I realize I messed things up. Hold on. No. Okay, hold on. Okay, I think it's back aligned to S tier again. And I see, Solid Snoke says, that's just a Mega Neura. And, hold on, I see, Scartzilla, thank you for the follow just now, I appreciate the support. So let's go, it is Kaiju time, indeed it is. Welcome to the stream, hope that you're doing well. Again, thank you for the follow, I appreciate the support. And I hope that you enjoyed today's stream, and you guys can all let me know what you think of my Godzilla Kaiju placings here. You can discuss it with me as I'm discussing the ones I'm picking right now, or some of the older ones if you wish to do so. I can imagine there's some here some people may disagree or strongly disagree with, but I'd like to know everyone's thoughts. So anyways, next up we have Megalon from the Showa era. Megalon is, I'd say, is one of the more well-known of Godzilla's enemies. It's more well-known than unknown, I'd say. I feel like the film he appears in, Godzilla vs. Megalon, is primarily well-known for how extra kiddish it was. If I remember correctly. Like between the adding Jet Jaguar and like having Godzilla Jet Jaguar do that one handshake. And his gravity defying drop kick on Megalon. And just some goofy stuff like that. It's definitely a memorable kaiju. But besides that, I don't know how many appearances Megalon really made. I guess it's a very distinct design. Like you can't really miss it if you see it in a crowd or anything like that, or like next to a bunch of other monsters. You definitely say that much about him. But as for things like his feats and what makes him so memorable, there isn't too much to him in that regard. I don't know about A tier, but I'd say B tier above the Dorats. I think I'll put him there. You guys will let me know what you think of that. And then there's these things. I'm not sure what they are. I'll just put them over in D tier because I'm not entirely sure. I think they might be from The Return of Godzilla. I'm not sure. It's possible, but I can't confirm. And then there's this guy over here. I think it's a Titan from the Monsterverse, but I don't know his name. It's a cool design though. Like it's got the tusks on the sides. It looks like kind of like a turtle with like a mountain for its shells. It's definitely not Behemoth because that's the mammoth one, but I don't know what this one is. But because of my biased love for the Monsterverse, I'll put him pretty high up next to Behemoth, or that might be a bit much because I don't know much about him. I'll put him above Final Wars Hedorah and leave him at that. Oh, hold on. I keep accidentally scrolling and moving the tier list about. Right. Next up, we have. We have the dancing Godzilla from his first fight with King Ghidorah, I believe. Alright. I like the general goofiness of the Showa era Godzilla films, and this is probably one of the most memorable of the bunch. So I think I'll put him pretty high up. I think bottom of A tier because I don't think he can quite compare to Kamata-kun's, both in terms of like memes and just general weird / adorableness. So I think he goes down here. From here, it looks like it's from the Shadow of Colossus. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know how to like really zoom in. Oh. Dear Lord, I didn't mean to do that. I guess hopefully you guys can like really zoom into it and see what it looks like. Hold on. I see Meki is also in chat. What's up, Dino? Hello there, Meki. Welcome to the stream. Hope that you're doing well. Right now, we are ranking some kaiju from the Godzilla franchise, and it's going quite well so far. I'm enjoying it, and I hope everyone else is as well. And I'm realizing that the tier list is getting to the point we can't even see the monsters at the bottom here. So let's see. So I believe this is the first form of Orga. I don't know much about this version of Orga, but I do like how the more perfected version of Orga is. Like how it's constantly trying to absorb Godzilla's DNA to become a perfect clone of him. It's definitely a cool villain for the beginning of the Millennium series. And for that, I think I'll put him here above Return of Godzilla's Godzilla. And I'll subsequently do the same thing for the perfected version of Orga over here, above his smaller, imperfect counterpart. And then there's this giant squid thing here, which I'm not too sure about. I don't know if this is supposed to be like a version of Ghidorah, but I can't say anything about it, so I'll just put it in D tier. And then next up we have Monster X, aka the first form of Kaiser Ghidorah, who I'm pretty sure we already put on the tier list. Up there you are. So put you right over here next to your stronger self. Because when it comes to people talking about which monster seems like Godzilla's ultimate enemy, I feel like Monster X / Kaiser Ghidorah is the best one at doing that. Especially in Final Wars, where Godzilla was wreaking havoc against every other monster that was trying to get in his way. Having Kaiser Ghidorah be such a serious challenge to him makes them seem much more formidable. So that's why I put up at the top of A tier. Not quite S tier, but he's close. Ooh, and next is, I think it's the larvae version of Monster vs. Mothra. So Monster vs. Mothra. I probably say it's one of my favorite interpretations of Mothra, because like some other versions of Mothra, actually, I feel like only in video games, when I really think about it, are Mothra and Godzilla, like, they themselves are particularly seen as like partners working together to save the planet. Like, I think in Godzilla Monsters, they might have also been like that. And I like how it's actually portrayed for once in the actual film, where they're allies that work together to bring down King Ghidorah. And this version of Mothra does actually do a pretty good job at fighting, where it puts up a decent fight against Rodan, actually managing to take him out. And it sacrifices... She sacrifices herself to save Godzilla from King Ghidorah. So, I'd say this Mothra deserves a spot over in A tier. Let's see. I don't think he would go above Dagon or Godzillasaurus, but I think right up there with the two Mutos, slightly above them. And same thing for your fully grown form, but slightly above the larvae. Alright, next up. Ooh, okay. So with Godzilla 2014, I'm putting you up here. Alongside yourself. Because we already have the Fire Godzilla version. But I mean, in my humble opinion, this is... Legendary Godzilla was one of the best, like, comebacks for Godzilla that anyone could really have asked for. And it's it's not much of a contest, but it's definitely the most faithful of any North American remakes like version of Godzilla. Especially after 10 it was a whole decade after Godzilla Final Wars, which was originally thought to be the last ever Godzilla film. Having Legendary Pictures get the rights to Godzilla and really rejuvenates Godzilla's relevance in pop culture with the Monsterverse, starting with Godzilla 2014. It's just really great to see, and it holds a soft part in my heart, just for being a cool monster in its own right, like even compared to other Godzillas. And again, just kind of rebirthing the love for Godzilla in just the general media. And I hope we get to see more of him in any more Monsterverse productions. I know there's a TV show in the works. See, Merciless Wolf says, the dino knows his monsters. Indeed I do. Oh, and speaking of which, we have the King of the Monsters version of Legendary Godzilla, who's definitely going above this version of him here. So I'll keep going on while talking about Legendary Godzilla specifically. I love how his design is like, I like the 1998 Godzilla, even though I love it. I like how it's much more faithful to the Japanese Godzillas, while also doing a great job at making its design so distinct from the other Godzillas that you can't possibly mistake it for any other iteration of Godzilla. Like, I guess for one example, he has the large extra thick like sauropod-like legs, as opposed to theropod ones. Well, like retro theropod-like legs. Which makes more sense because of how bulky and muscular this version of Godzilla is. And I like how his head also looks very visually distinct, though I'm not sure how I had to properly explain why. It's just a radically different head shape from any other Godzillas. It just really stands out. And if you look closely, this version of Godzilla actually has gills. I mean, on one hand, some might think it's a bit weird, and it's apparently a bit of a weak spot where, at least it was shown in 2014 when, like, of course, military weaponry doesn't really hurt him that much, but when one of someone's missiles managed to hit him in the gills, he did get a little riled up from that, and that's what causes him to destroy the Golden Gate Bridge. And also, his dorsal plates. They're also a distinct shape in the 2014 film, but in King of the Monsters, they're actually slightly different in shape. It's explained in the comics because when he fights Muto Prime, it lets out a super loud screech that actually causes Godzilla's dorsal plates to shatter. And that's why they look a bit different in shape. I think it's a cool idea, and I kind of prefer the extra spikier looking dorsal plates that Legendary Godzilla now has. Even the 2014 dorsal plates still look pretty cool. And I gotta say, the atomic breath looks even cooler on the King of the Monsters version. Whereas in 2014, while it did look cool, the blue fire look, it's kinda underwhelming compared to, like, the blue laser that can shoot a hole in the sky, as well as shoot a hole straight down to the Earth's core. Like, this version of the atomic breath is a lot cooler than the one that this version of Godzilla has. You can actually tell, honestly, how much stronger he's getting with each version of well, with each movie. Except kind of for Godzilla vs. Kong, where I feel like he might have been a bit downplayed, even though he was beating Kong quite a bit. I think he could have done a better job against Mecha Godzilla, but one of the writers did say if he was at full health, like if he was like in peak condition and he hadn't just fought Kong, he might have been able to beat Mecha Godzilla on his own, just barely. And I would have preferred that. Well, actually no. I like their team-up battle too. But I at least want him to do better against Mechagodzilla. That might be my bias because this version of Godzilla is one of my favorites. Possibly my absolute favorite. But still. I want to see him kick butt. Especially if it's against a Mechagodzilla, because I mean, yeah, the Mechagodzillas are supposed to be serious villains against their respective Godzillas, but I just don't know how to feel about like something man-made being able to like compete with something like Godzilla, which is like supposed to be this super powerful monster that his power is supposed to be like incomprehensible to humans. Like, it's just a whole nother level of strength, and it feels weird to have humans be able to create something that can not only rival it, but surpass it. That's just me. Anyways, next up, hold on. I mean, I guess I kind of have to scroll down at this point, otherwise no one's going to be able to see the monsters. So, let's see. Apparently both Mutos showed up again, so I'm just gonna put you guys over here with yourselves. Actually, I guess since they're both here together, I'll put them above like each one individually, because they're strong. They're higher. Their ranking goes up higher when they're together. And I see, hold on. Sorry I missed quite a few messages. Let's see. Solid Snook 19 says, how many movies are there? I don't know, but it is, I'm pretty sure, the longest lasting movie franchise out there. At least in terms of age, I think. I could be wrong, though, even with that. I see Dino Knight 1234 says, hello, it's me, Bruce, from Twitter. Hello there, Bruce. Welcome to the stream. Hope that you're doing well. Sorry, I'm responding very, very late, but I hope that you're doing well. It's good to see you here, and I'm pretty sure, actually, that guy with the Godzilla profile picture, if I remember correctly, of like a really stylized version of Legendary Godzilla, I'm pretty sure. Let's see, wait. Why is Godzilla Earth in B tier? Hold on, let's see. Yeah, Godzilla... Hold on. Yeah, put Godzilla Earth in B tier and then Phileas in C tiers. Yeah, the movies, they were bleh. But there was an animator who redeemed it for me. Just go to YouTube and search up Godzilla Earth versus Ghidorah. Hold on, I actually did see that, I think. Yeah, they animated them both the way we wanted to instead of what we got, and they also did Godzilla Earth versus the new Mechagodzilla. Oh, and I see, Dark Shadow Wolf is in chat. Yo, hello there, Dark Shadow Wolf. Welcome to the stream. Hope that you're doing well, and welcome to... I hope that you enjoyed today's stream. Right now, we are ranking Godzilla Kaiju from throughout the years. I was also just talking about the Dino Knights, about Godzilla Earth, and how come I kind of placed them over here in B tier? Yeah, I did see that fan animation where I believe it's called Void Ghidorah. We got to see it like in his full body in all his glory, actually fighting Godzilla Earth. and all the cool, crazy features that features and abilities that the fan animator gave it. Like, it cloned Godzilla to use one atomic breath at some point. It had red gravity beams at some point, I think. It was sometimes it was able to shoot out red lasers. Its gravity beams actually affected gravity, like it's not just in the name, but some of the things it hit actually started floating upwards. And trying to think of other things. I'm really bad at describing what happened, but it was just really cool. They even managed to take off, I believe, both of Godzilla Earth's arms, and actually gave him a challenge. And if that version of Godzilla Earth was in here, I definitely put him up in S tier, but from what we got from like the original canon films, like first film, he just popped out of after Phileas got killed, destroyed a few human ships, and yeah, that was just it. In the next movie, I don't remember exactly what happened, but Mechagodzilla City was just kind of underwhelming. And then his first ever true fight with a monster being Void Ghidorah, it was just 3 noodles from some portals that were biting on him. I mean, they were giving him a bit of a challenge, but that's only because he wasn't. They were because of how reality works. Like in that continuity, because they're from like another dimension and stuff like that, they couldn't hurt him. Like, they could hurt him, but he couldn't hurt them, which is kind of lame. Like, normally Ghidorah is a challenge to Godzilla because it's just strong and has cool abilities, but in the canon version, it just gave itself invincibility hacks. And as soon as that one blonde guy, like one of the aliens that worship Ghidorah, as soon as that thing that he put in his left eye was destroyed, Godzilla just, I think like he just tore off 2 of the heads and then used 1 atomic breath on the last one, and that was that. It's kind of lame. And let's see, what's up? Like the penguins on Twitter. I still need to reply to some of that, I think. That is probably one of the most fun I've been having with the Iceberg Adventure recently, and I need to get back to image editing very soon. As soon as I'm done with today's stream. Let's see. Dino Knight says they even gave him. Oh yeah, I remember Shin Godzilla's his ability like to shoot a bunch of different atomic breaths like from his dorsal plates. That was cool. And even his left eye. I don't remember them doing that. I do remember though, in that fan animation, Godzilla Earth actually was able to create 2 other atomic breaths away from him to kind of counter King Ghidorah's ability to shoot 3 gravity beams at once. That was awesome. Plus, I do like that cool ability that Godzilla Earth has where like he can swing his tail and create a powerful shockwave that can actually cut through things, but as cool as that one fan animation is, it's not like from any official projects. Though I would pay to have him recreate every single Godzilla anime trilogy movie and just make it better. But from what we got of the canon stuff, Godzilla Earth to me is a bit underwhelming. Yeah, even though the movies, they stink. There was only one song I liked called Farewell to. This song sounded very soothing, almost like a lullaby. Yeah, almost like an atomic blade. Other Godzillas should utilize something like that. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't feel like I can place Godzilla Earth too high. I know it's definitely one of the strongest Godzillas in, like, official Godzilla media, probably the strongest, but they didn't give it enough to work with to really make them stand out, in my opinion. Let's see, 2019 Godzilla is indeed he is. The King of the Monsters Godzilla. And speaking of nuclear Godzilla, or as I like to call him, I think it's Fire Godzilla / Burning Godzilla. He's up here in S tier, as the highest ranking one, because I am biased towards the Monsterverse. But can you blame me, though? Monsterverse is cool. So next up, we have Monsterverse King Ghidorah, who you are going to be the first, truly non-Godzilla S tier. Because it has so much power, really. I mean, I'm trying to think, like, how to really, like, specify what I mean, but like the scene where Monsterverse King Ghidorah performs the Alpha Call, it gave me chills. Like hearing its roar echo across the world and waking up all the other Titans. Even without that, the call itself sounds really cool and kind of haunting even. Not only that, it put up a really good fight against legendary Godzilla. It was able to tank the Oxygen Destroyer with no issue. And more importantly, I like how each head has its own personality. Like Kevin, Nii, and San. Well, no. It's Ichi, Nii, and San, aka Kevin. I just like it. Like from what I recall, Ichi's the center head. It's the smart one, the one that's cunning and thinks of all the strategies that the others help him use. The left head, wait, actually, I think it's like left head for us, right head for him. This one here is Nii. It's the more aggressive one that wants to destroy everything. And then the right one for us / left head, San, aka Kevin, is the kind of, I guess, is the goofy one of the bunch that during the first appearance they had, it was the one that was sniffing around out at the humans. I think it licked at one dead human for some reasons. I think it's adorable. And even though I'm trying to stick towards like canon material, there's a lot of comics about King Ghidorah with like heavily emphasizing on like their 3 personalities, and especially Kevin. He's my favorite of the bunch. But even without that, even without like all the memes and the comic dubs of Kevin being adorable, Monsterverse Ghidorah is still one of my favorite monsters. Well, it's one of my favorite interpretations of King Ghidorah. And also that one scene where he bites down on like a power line to power himself up, and he shoots lightning everywhere with his wings. Plus the way he gets defeated by Burning Godzilla, where like his wings get eviscerated by the first nuclear pulse, then the second one destroys 2 of the heads. He gets stomped down on the chest by Fire Godzilla, and then Ichi's head gets tossed around by Godzilla in his based form, and then gets destroyed by atomic breath. That is one of the awesomest ways for a kaiju to go. Incredibly painful for them, but in terms of like cinema, is one of the coolest ways to see a kaiju go down. I heard apparently they were also planning on having Godzilla actually eat Ichi's head, but apparently Toho was against it and saying, no, they're not allowed to eat it, but they could barbecue him. And so they went with the atomic breath version. So either way, it was a cool way to see Godzilla take out King Ghidorah. So I'm keeping him up here in S tier. And I see Dino Knights. What do you think of Godzilla Ultima? Well, one, I'm actually surprised by Godzilla Ultima's size. I think in his very first appearance, he's only 45 meters tall, which is smaller than even the very first Showa Godzillas. And most of the other Godzillas, smaller Godzillas in between. But I think as he gets later on in the series, he manages to grow larger. So I think he's still smaller than Shin Godzilla and Legendary, but he got significantly taller. And I do love his version of the atomic breath, where like it travels through a bunch of atomic rings. I think those look cool. It's like an interesting detail, and it also kind of reminds me of like looking through like a sniper rifle. Like it's like a targeting, kind of like a targeting system thing. I don't know. I just think it looks awesome. And as for the design itself, I like the little bits of red that it has on its dorsal plates. Like, I don't know why, but like the lightish gray and red mixed together, it looks good. I like the special kind of gnarly teeth it has. I'm not good at describing it, but like it has like some of them are like actual fangs and such. It looks, or like saber teeth. It looks cool. Unfortunately, it didn't get enough screen time, in my opinion, in the actual anime. And the only kaiju fight we really get to see it in against Jet Jaguar was kinda underwhelming and was rather short-lived. But I hope we get to see more of him. And let's see. Or when he shows up in the storm right before taking on Rodan. Ooh, yeah. I think you're talking about Monsterverse King Ghidorah. That was a cool scene too. Yeah, the aggressive right head is knee, and then playful left is Kevin. I see Solid Snook says, so the heads are all separate Dorats? They are in the there's 3 Dorats in the Heisei version that all become King Ghidorah, but they kind of basically act the same as one another. Which is why I like Monsterverse's version of Ghidorah so much. Because it's a creative idea they have with the 3 heads each having its own distinct personality. But we don't know if they started out as Dorats or not. It's possible that their kind was just naturally born this way, because there are aliens in this iteration, as opposed to just being creations from time travelers that end up getting irradiated and then kind of merging together somehow. I see Dino Knight 1234 says, there's another animator called VR Hano. I've actually heard about him, who makes pretty good Godzilla animations. I actually saw one of them recently, where Final Wars Godzilla fights Axor from the Hanna-Barbera Godzilla animated series. That one was cool because it brought back a really underrated kaiju. It gave him a chance to be in the spotlight again, and they kind of made it humorous at the end, where it turns out apparently Final Wars Godzilla was like reviewing how well he acts as a guardian monster. And at the very end, I think during the credits, we see Axor being fired. I think it's a funny idea. Ooh, and let's see. Zilla versus Gorosaurus, I saw that one too. And yeah, the Final Wars Godzilla beating Axor. And Godzilla gets a YouTube award. I haven't seen that one. Well, any of those three. See, Solid Snook says, I like the idea of Dorits having different personalities that then combine into Ghidorah. I like that idea too, and I'm hoping that they incorporate the idea of the Dorats into the Monsterverse. We'll have to see. I'm pretty sure, unfortunately though, that Toho, they sell the rights to each of their monsters separately. So basically, Legendary had to buy the rights to Godzilla, to Mothra, to Rodan, and to King Ghidorah. So if they wanted Dorats to be in the film, even though they have Ghidorah, they might have to pay for the rights to use the Dorats trademark. Well, maybe. Unless the Dorats are like trademarked under King Ghidorah, then they'll be fine. But I doubt that's the case, considering I'm pretty sure even Baby Godzilla in the 1998 toys were trademarked as their own monster. But yeah, I do like the idea like if each head used to be its own separate Dorat, and then they kind of just merge together, but they still retain all their personalities. Dino Knight, I say he gave Axor his Monster Guardian license revoked, and then we get Axor. Oh, that's kind of depressing for the poor guy. But I mean, if he wanted to keep it, he should have done a better job at protecting his temple. Alright, so anyways, back to the tier list. Next we have Monsterverse Rodan. I'll put him in solid... I'll put him over here in B tier, above Behemoth. Because he's a cool kaiju, but he's not the coolest kaiju. He's more impressive than some of the other versions of Rodan, in my opinion, but like his opening scene is cool, but then he gets beaten up by King Ghidorah rather quickly, and then he submits to him. He puts up a good fight against Mothra, but then she gets stung. Well, she stings him, and then he's taken out for the rest of the fight. And when he tries to rebel against Godzilla, all Godzilla needs to do is like just stare him down for Rodan to just start submitting. Though at the same time, it's legendary Godzilla, so you can't exactly blame Rodan for that. So I'm putting him up at respectful high B tier. See, Dino Knight says, I didn't expect the twins to actually be like normal humans, and I was expecting them to be smaller. Me too, but I like the idea that they actually did choose to add in the Mothra twins in this continuity. I mean, it would have been cool to see them as fairies as well, but this way works too. Plus, it kind of fits a bit more in with the Monsterverse, which is like ever so slightly more grounded in fiction, well, in reality than the other versions of Godzilla's, like other Godzilla continuities. Like definitely not by a lot, but a significant amount. Like general science and stuff is still a pretty major part of it. There's no like time traveling technology or anything like that, like the Heisei era had, and you know. So I think that might have been a better way to go about it, but maybe they're hiding like fairy forms that will be revealed later on in the Monsterverse. We'll have to see. And this here is one of the spider kaiju from Skull Island. I'll put you over in not S tier, C tier, because I don't remember much about you, buddy. So sorry, but you being from Kong Skull Island, I'll put you slightly higher than some of the others in C tier, but not too much. Let's see, how much more do we... Okay, well, we still have quite a lot to go. It would be a pain to redo all of this, though, at another stream, so... I just won't stop streaming until I get it all out. See, I did too. As soon as they said twins, I was like, hey. And I know that reference, plus I was expecting the traditional Mothra song we got, which is still pretty good, but it was just instrumental. Yeah, actually, I saw someone make a video edit of Mothra appearing with the vocals attached. Apparently someone in the comments said that they kind of felt that it didn't really fit well. I don't know about that, like, I guess it would be weird to kind of hear like people singing in the middle of like people being like in awe talking about Mothra, but maybe if like they just toned down the vocals so you can still hear it, but not so much that it gets in the way of like the actual dialogue going on when people are talking about Mothra. But maybe they could have also just had the twins like speaking on a microphone, singing the song to Mothra, so that when she awakens, she's not like stressed out like she was before as a larvae when she was attacking Monarch staff. I think that could have been an interesting angle. Plus, it would have made her reveal in her Imago form maybe even just the slightest bit more not intriguing, but like give it a little extra flair when it's given like the full song. And that's just me, but I think it could have been a cool idea. But going off on the note of like King of the Monsters, the King of the Monsters soundtrack, Godzilla's theme is absolutely awesome, and I was eternally squealing like a little kid when I heard Godzilla coming into the frame with that iconic theme. Plus, I don't know if it was actually in the film, but they did do a cover for King of the Monsters. The old Godzilla song done by, I think, Blue Oyster's Calls, I think is what they're called. I think it might be called something like Go Go Godzilla, or that's just part of the lyrics, but it's just really cool. And let's see, that is about it, I think. But there's probably other songs in the soundtrack that I haven't thought about. Let's see. Well, I'm missing more messages again. Merciless Wolf says, doing this and one stream is dedication. Yes. Plus, I am taking a 1-day break, tomorrow, so well, I want to have as much fun with content creation as I can before I take the break. Plus, I'm probably gonna have to stay up a little extra late so I can try to get to as many replies on Twitter as I can before the break fully starts. I don't want to keep people waiting way too long. Yeah, I saw it too. I mostly like the themes in the movie, like Goodbye Old Friend, when Serizawa sacrificed himself, like in the first movie way back then. I did like kind of the reversal in this like in the MonsterVerse version, where Serizawa, he sacrifices himself to kill Godzilla, but in King of the Monsters, he's sacrificing himself to save Godzilla. Up and I see Solid Snoke says, how does Mothra even fight? Does she like... Yeah, she flies. Batra shoots lasers, but Mothra... in some iterations, she'll use wind currents created from her wings to attack. She'll release, like, dust. Like dust/scales falling from her wings. Some of them, especially the MonsterVerse Mothra, will use their legs to fight. Especially the MonsterVerse Mothra, because I think she had 2 extra large forearms. Kind of like praying mantises that she fought Rodan with. Plus, the MonsterVerse Mothra in particular, she actually had a stinger that she used to stab Rodan in the torso at the very end of their fight. I think one of the directors actually joked about how maybe it was an ovipositor, like what the Mutos have, and that she might have actually laid eggs in like Rodan's body. It's probably just a joke, but I would hope it's a joke for Rodan's sake. But then again, we've seen what Mothra's eggs look like in most iterations. They probably wouldn't even be able to fit that well in Rodan, or at least it would be noticeable. I see Merciless Wolf says yes, squealing like a small dino. Oh, anyways, Dino Knight says, I gotta go. Says, alright, well, it's nice talking with you. It's nice talking with you as well. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye for now. And, I'll see you next time as well. Take care, and I'll reply to your tweets too, thank you. And I'll be looking forward to replying to your replies. And thank you again for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Take care, and I shall see you later. So next up, we have Muto Prime. So, the monster that I mentioned damaged 2014 Godzilla's dorsal plates and caused them to grow a bit spikier, which is why they looked a bit spikier in King of the Monsters. I'll put you in solid 8 here, because you were one of the biggest threats to Godzilla in the MonsterVerse before King Ghidorah showed up, and I'm pretty sure he's stronger than you, but I guess like I feel like it's a bit... It's a bit too different from the other Mutos. I love how cool it is. It's strong. It's a cool sonic roar kind of attack, which is what destroyed the dorsal plates on Godzilla, but I feel like it's odd that it's built to be like a big, powerful kind of bruiser that like beats down his enemies before using his ovipositors, when the other Mutos don't really seem to be built for stuff like that, except maybe the females. Like, it's supposed to be the parents of these two, but it looks way too different from those. Like, it doesn't really feel like they're supposed to be of the same species. Let's see. But it still is a cool creature, and it deserves around the same spot as the other Mutos. Slightly lower, though. And this one here is... You're basically just an octopus, so I'm just gonna put you over here. I'm not even sure what movie you're from, but It really just looks like a picture of like a random octopus someone found on the internet. And the giant condor. Yeah, I'm gonna put you over here too. I've heard of you, but I don't know what movie you are from, so I can't put you any higher than D tier. I literally know nothing about you except your name, buddy. Next up, though, we have Void Ghidorah, who I am also going to put over in B tier next to Godzilla Earth. I know, I'm sorry. The fan animation that I believe Dino Knight mentioned earlier, it is really cool, and it redeems Void Ghidorah. I think that is what it's called. Hold on, I'll look it up just to be sure. Actually, hold on. I'm going to my loading screen just in case. Okay. Let me see here. Let me see. Void Ghidorah. Oh wait, there it is. Yeah, that is his actual name. So, alright, go into the lobby. Yeah, they did a good job of not like redeeming it in that fan animation, but outside of that, like the canon versions of it, we only got to see it as just 3 sets of like 3 heads that pop out from some portals. There's a bunch of angry noodles that fight Godzilla and then get beaten up as soon as they lose their invincibility hack. So and they don't have new personalities like the Monsterverse Ghidorahs do, so yeah, I feel like I can only really put it in B tier. This one, I think this is supposed to be Mechagodzilla City if it like in its true Mechagodzilla form. I'll put it high B tier because we never got to actually see it, but it held up a lot of potential, so I'll put it up next to Baragon, who was in the same similar situation, but slightly lower than Baragon's. Ever so slightly lower than Baragon. And then next up, we have the Queen Moot. Actually, hold on. We have this thing, but I have no idea what it is. So I'll put you over in D tier. Sorry about that, but it is how it is. Next up, we have Muto Primes. Hold on, this is the Queen Mutos. It's the one that appeared in King of the Monsters. We didn't get to see much of it, but I would like to see more. I mean, it doesn't have the same kind of feel as or character as the first 2 Mutos from 2014, but I like it more than the Muto Prime in terms of design. And it is visually distinct from the normal female Muto. So I'm gonna put you right over here in between the rest of your relatives. I do not know who these 2 are, so to D tier it is it's gonna be for you guys. I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. It is how it is. Up, oh dear, hold on. Hold on. Hold on, I was looking at chat from my phone and it fell. Hold on. Alright, let me see. Alright, it's safe. Phew, okay. So next up we have Godzilla Earth again, but from City on the Edge of Battle with a power-up of some kind. I don't remember this, but okay, I'll give Godzilla Earth some leeway and put it over here at extra high B tier next to the Mothras, above Orga. But not too much, because I didn't actually remember this was here, so... I feel like the fact that it's not memorable might be an issue. Like, normally when there's a Godzilla transformation, a lot of people should know about it. Like Burning Godzilla. But I don't know. I've never even heard of this thing. Alright, next is, I think, Skelia. Something along those lines from the Monsterverse. We haven't seen enough of it. I think we actually saw a bit of it in one of Godzilla's comics, where actually chose to fight and like not rebel, but like be disobedient to the new alpha of the Titans. So I'll give it some credit for being a rather tough kaiju, though Godzilla kind of beat it pretty easily. I'll put it right beneath Behemoth. It's a cool kaiju, hope we get to see more of it in the future, and get to learn a little more about them. And then next up we have the weird dragon bat things from the anime trilogy. Creatures that evolved to live alongside Godzilla Earth. I'll put them slightly above Godzilla Phileas. Because they're given overall more relevance than Godzilla Phileas was ever given, but it's not a significant amount, and they're kind of just like swarms of bugs, basically, in that continuity. They're just kind of an inconvenience to the humans, really. And then next we have... Ooh, third form Shin Godzilla. Okay, this is the big ones. Let's see, I think between like all the cool abilities that this version, fourth form Shin Godzilla has, like being able to shoot an atomic breath from his tail, several atomic breaths from its dorsal plates as well, like in his back area. The atomic breath in his mouth starts off as like a bunch of smoke, then gradually turns to fire, and then a concentrated purple laser. It has so many cool abilities. Its only flaw is that as soon as it runs out of radiation, it starts turning to stone. And it's by far one of the most, unintuitive, but like one of the most creative, like out of their, designs for Godzilla. And especially that one scene where, like, that one song, Who Will Know? It's both heartbreaking and terrifying to like people watching, because it shows off the kind of damage Godzilla can do, and it's terrifying, but it also sounds like we're hearing Godzilla's inner monologue and how it's suffering, because like it didn't ask to be this way, but it is, and like it might just be like causing destruction out of fear and pain. So I'm gonna put it over in S tiers. It's an interesting monster, and I think it deserves the spot up here. Next we have, I think this is the third form, called, I believe, Shinagawa-kun. Or that might be the fourth version. And if you all remember correctly, the first one was called Kamata-kun. I'll put, I think it's Shinagawa-kun. I'll put him next to Kamata-kun because Kamata-kun is the... Like, Shin Godzilla has existential crisis and badassery. Kamata-kun has cuteness and kind of goofy looks. Shinagawa-kun has, mixes of both of them with nothing too significant. So, kind of down in the middle. Well, not down, like... It has traits from both, but not to their full potential, so... Keep them over here. Its roar, though... Like one scene where Shinagawa-kun starts roaring at the sky. It is cool. I think I actually did art a while back based on that one scene. Merciless Wolf says, I too blow up the Golden Gate Bridge in fear and pain. Well, that was legendary Godzilla, but that would be funny. One of Shin Godzilla's atomic breaths actually made it all the way to San Francisco and destroyed the Golden Gate Bridge. But at the same time though, like, to give it credit, it was being attacked by the military and such, and it was a confused animal. It didn't know what was going on. It just know that it had to defend itself. And I'm pretty sure that's why it quote unquote evolved / just adapted to having weapons on its back. Because earlier it had a weapon dropped on it, like on its back by humans, and then when they tried the same thing again, it, like I said earlier, kind of sort of evolved to have something in defense of something like that happening again. I can't say it technically evolved because it's not like the actual kind of definition of evolution. It's more rapid mutation, adaptation kind of things. I mean, they call it mutation in the movie, but actually, from now on, I'll just call it evolution because it. I mean, it's what it says in the movie, and it's easier to say, but you know. Its evolution feels like it's endless. True. Also, hi, Nick Jiro. Welcome to the stream. Hope that you're doing well, and I hope that you enjoyed today's stream. But yeah, its evolution pretty much is endless. Like, I remember one scientist saying in the movie that theoretically it could get to the point it could even learn how to sprout wings and fly. And at the very end of the movie, even though it's frozen, you could see it like at the end of the tail. It was growing small humanoid versions of itself. Since humanity was its greatest threat, it evolved to kind of become humanity, and that is terrifying in my opinion. It's like those baby Shin Godzillas themselves could be their own monster. Like, I could see them being like an SCP. They can actually probably fit very well with, like, I forgot what they're called, but like the red spiky dog creatures from the SCP Foundation that like mimic voices. I don't know. I haven't gotten like a really good look at their design, but I feel like they could work like being. They would look like they would fit neatly, like if they were placed next to each other. I see. Merciless Wolf says, Matthew Pacific Coast must be dangerous considering there's a new iteration of Godzilla every couple of years. Well, I wouldn't say that. Like, they do stick to one iteration of Godzilla for a good while usually. But yes, San Francisco should be quite careful of that. I remember in the 1994 draft of the movie that would eventually become the '98 Godzilla film. It was going to originally have their version of Godzilla go over to San Francisco and be near the Golden Gate Bridge. But instead of destroying it, I think it might have gotten caught in the Golden Gate Bridge's like the ropes around it, and then the humans would have captured it. I think I might be wrong there. I'm hoping that's not the case. And apparently autocorrect messed up Merciless Wolf there. See, Nick Jara also says there's also a concept that shows Shin Godzilla splitting into two. I actually saw something like that in this video made by a channel called Goji Center, where they were discussing ways Godzilla, what would happen if Legendary Godzilla and Shin Godzilla were to fight. Where they talked about that idea where if Godzilla were to fight two Shins, I think he could have. They said he was more likely to win, but if Legendary were to let Shin Godzilla survive, like not completely destroy him again, then he would just turn into something even more terrifying and probably beat Legendary then. If he let him keep mutating to get stronger, to better be adapted to fight him. I feel like Legendary Godzilla would be smart enough to completely destroy him after the second time. So I feel like in more scenarios, Legendary beats Shin, but that's my personal opinion. That's kind of biased towards the MonsterVerse, so you don't need to believe me. At the same time, though, MonsterVerse Godzilla did shoot a hole with his atomic breath straight to the center of the Earth, basically. Anyways, there's a monster also from the MonsterVerse, I think the comics, but I don't know what this one is, so like the others, I'm gonna have to put you over in D tier, buddy. I'm sorry. I love the MonsterVerse, but I really don't know who you are. Oh wait, Shinomura. Just to clarify it, is it from the MonsterVerse, or is it actually from like, I forgot that one Godzilla series comic series I'm thinking of. I think there's like a MonsterVerse comic called Godzilla Aftershock. It might be from where? Oh, it's from Godzilla Awakenings. Well, I don't know enough about it, so in my personal tier list, it'll have to stay at D tier for now, but you can definitely tell me more about it in chat if about Shinomura if you want to. And I see also in chat Alastair Valan appears in stream. Hello, Tyrano. Hello there, Alastair. Finally caught another stream? Indeed so. Indeed you have. Welcome to the stream. Hope that you're doing well. It is good to see you here, and I hope you're having a good day today. And thanks for stopping by. And I see the animated emotes there. And I see Nick Jara said, what you said was Muto Prime, so alright. So Godzilla Awakenings, this guy here, Shinomura, is the main villain, but I'm guessing in Aftershock, it's Muto Prime. I think that's it. And then next up, in terms of monsters, we have 1954 Godzilla, who absolutely needs to be an S tier. It's the original Godzilla, the one who kick-started this entire franchise. We gotta give this man the respect he deserves. trying to think like how to best describe him, but I don't know how to say it because of like what the original movie and Godzilla, as a result, the original Godzilla itself is a representation of and what it means. I'll just say 1954 is the one who started the whole series. It deserves S tier. And also, for some reason the alert box didn't sound, but I saw you guys in chat. Other Hazellights Cafe for the raid and for the host just now. I hope you all are having a great day today, and thank you for stopping by. I hope the stream you all came from just now was super fun, and that you all had a good time here. And well, I hope you had a good time there, and that you have a good time here at this stream as well. Let's see, Rose Renegade says, Hazel has given you a latte. Apparently so. I would like a latte right about now. The dino definitely, just in general, need a lot more energy nowadays. I don't know why, but I'm in a constant state of tired, but trying to kind of brush past it and keep on working. I see Hazellight says, hey Dino, glad to finally catch a stream. I wanted to give you a latte for all the fun adventures we've gone on our Twitter. It's... Yep. So much energy. And also, thank you, Hazel Cafe. One, I was glad you were able to catch today's stream. Second, thank you for choosing me to raid today. Three, thank you for the latte. Four, I'm glad you enjoyed today's... I'm glad that you always enjoy the fun adventures we have on Twitter. And I am going to try and get to everyone's replies before I start my break tomorrow. And six, hold on, I am getting the shoutout command working. So there we go. Everyone go, please go check out Hazel Light Cafe's Twitch channel, where they were last seen playing Resident Evil Village. Ooh, very interesting. And I hope you guys were having fun playing that. I haven't played any of the Resident Evil games, but I'm pretty sure Resident Evil Village is... A lot of people say that it's good. Okay, I see Hazel Light Cafe says, I can't stay, but I can't wait to see this VOD when I can. Alright, and take care, my friend. Alright. Take care, Hazel Light Cafe. I can't word, but words. Take care. I hope you enjoyed the VOD when you watch it. I check out your VOD too when I have time. And just have a good rest of your day, and thank you again for choosing me to raid today. Alright, next up, we have... I think this is Showa era Rodan. I don't know how much there really is to say about this one. Is one of Godzilla's kind of rivals. It's weaker than most of the other enemies he faced in the Showa era, though. He doesn't have too much that makes him stand out from some of the other Rodans that appeared in recent times. He still is a prominent member of the Godzilla cast, though. I want to give him a spot in B tier. Right above Hidora, I'd say. Right around here. Frenemies, I suppose. Yeah, that's a good way of describing them. I feel like I remember seeing one scene where Mothra was trying to get Godzilla and Rodan to stop fighting to help her take down King Ghidorah. And like they were legit talking to each other. I'm not sure if I'm remembering it wrong, but that was kind of odd. Excuse me. Anyways, let's see. We have Showa Anguirus over here. I mean, he's supposed to be Godzilla's best friend, even though a member of his kind was the first monster that Godzilla fought and killed. But this Showa Anguirus, I think he deserves some love. So let's see. I put him in high B tier alongside Baragon. And around this, a little bit above his Final Wars counterpart. And we have Showa Baragon. I'll put him on the same place as where his 2003 iteration was, because he could have also benefited from if he was alongside Anguirus and Varan as the three guardian monsters of that one film. But he didn't. Well, he was still in that film, but he was more a punching bag for Godzilla, while Mothra and King Ghidorah were the kind of seen as the true heroes. And Showa Baragon, like itself as a monster, I don't really know too much about him outside of that. We have Ibra again, I think, but I know about as much of him as I do for this other version of Ibra, so we're also going to C tier. Kind of looks like, it almost looks like they're high-fiving from beyond their pictures. Or like they're merging one of their hand claws. Here we have Gabara. So, Gabara literally only appeared in one film, and it was just him being a bully to Manila. I don't particularly like Manila, but he only exists to be a jerk in one movie, so D tier for you, Gabara. Sorry. Not sorry. Gigan, on the other hand. He showed up in several Showa era Godzilla movies. He was actually quite the formidable threat in some of them. He appeared alongside King Ghidorah in his return. He fought alongside Megalon in his first appearance. And trying to think of others. That's the only one I can think of. But yeah, he's a cool monster. He's more confident than his Final Wars counterpart over here. So I'll put him over in A tier. He's a recognizable monster. It was pretty important to the Showa era, and I think he deserves a spot above Final Wars him. Alright, so next up we have Ghidorah from the Showa era. It was a strong enemy to Godzilla, definitely, but it wasn't the most it wasn't always the most memorable enemy Godzilla's ever fought to me personally. Like, the idea of a creature being created by pollution, feeding on said pollution to make itself stronger. And it was actually a serious threat to Godzilla. Like, when he attacked it, he got himself burned, like, on his arms and stuff, but I mean, the way he was defeated, all Godzilla did was just, like, I think put him on some power lines so that he would be, like, dehydrated, and then just tore off more and more pieces of him to keep burning until it, like, it's completely dehydrated. It's not the most interesting way for a monster to go down. So I'll put it at C tier. It's not the worst, but it's a bit underwhelming of a monster. Jet Jaguar. I think Jet is kind of cool. I want to put him up fairly high because of his version in Monster Island Buddies. A rather silly web series that I personally like. Oh. Jet Jaguar is, in terms of actual appearances though, it was just one film as far as I know, so it kind of hurts, like, in terms of canon, there's not much for him. Sorry, Jet, I have to put you over in C tier, above everyone else. You're more memorable to me than for the first Anguirus, I think. Another Kamacuras. You're not too different from your other self, so you go over here. King Caesar, those. I mean, it was an odd addition to the Godzilla cast, kind of randomly appearing in Godzilla vs. The second ever Mechagodzilla movie. The Terror of Mechagodzilla, I think it was called. It's a cool monster in its own right, but it felt kind of out of place. But it's still a cool. Caesar is still a cool monster, though. So I see tier, I think. Now Showa King Ghidorah, on the other hand. I mean, the first iteration of this awesome kaiju. You're not quite as cool and tough as the Heisei or Monsterverse Ghidorahs, and you don't have quite, I guess, the unique charm of the 2003 King Ghidorah being like the first good guy Ghidorah. Or maybe it being a bad guy makes it cooler, because it's more terrifying. Like, I don't know. I have them tied, I guess. Like 2003 King Ghidorah and the original Showa era King Ghidorah. Another Kumanga. Same spot basically the same spot as the other U over there. And let's see, Showa Mechagodzilla. I mean, it definitely has a threatening presence. Like, I'm not good at wording things if you can't tell already, but like, for the first version of Mechagodzilla that we've ever seen, like the first few seconds that, like, when they were fully revealing it, it was awesome. And it has it has quite a unique set of abilities and weapons on it, like finger missiles, as kind of rainbow colored lasers coming out of his eyes and out of its mouth as well, I think. Or I think it had a yellow breath attack. And I liked how for a good portion of the first movie that was in, it was disguised as the original Godzilla before this disguise wore off. I'd say you deserve an A tier. I actually put him above the dancing Godzillas. Right over here. Oh, hold on. I see Mikuna Kiaru has rated. Hello there, Mikuna. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, fellow Dino friend. Thank you for the host just now as well. I hope that all of you are having a great day. Hold on. I'm messing up words. Hold up. Alright. First, big time, And also, two things. One, I hope that you all are having a great day today. Thank you, Mikuna, for choosing to raid me today. I hope that you all had a good stream that you came from just now, and that you enjoyed today's stream as well. And let's... Oh, I see, Suji's also in chat. Hi, Tamino. Hello, Suji. And hello, Mikuna. See you in chat as well. Yep, and I see Merciless Wolf with the raid emotes. Hello, Raiders. Hope that you're all doing well. Let's see, what you doing, me boy? I am ranking Godzilla Kaiju right now. I'm about a quarter... I can't word to save my life, but I am I am ranking a bunch of Kaiju throughout the ages from the Godzilla movies. I think I've only got about a quarter of them left. And also, before I forget, I need to do the shout-out command for you, Mikuna. Hold on. There you go. Alright, and let's see. Last time you were playing Dead by Daylight. Interesting. I haven't played it myself yet, but it does sound like an interesting game from what I've heard. Let's see. S-word, because I tried to limit swearing around here. Let's see, already 3.5 hours. Dude, your dedication is dope. Thank you. Normally I would stop at, like, right at the 3-hour mark, or a little bit beyond that, but... I mean, I'm gonna have my break, one-day break, tomorrow, and... even if I didn't, it's gonna be an immense pain to recreate this entire chart. So I want to try and do it in all in one stream. But yeah. Plus, besides it, it's fun talking about Kaiju with everyone here. But yeah. Even though I said earlier I was in a constant state of tiredness yet energeticness, I kind of been... I can't word, but... Why does my brain not have vocabulary today, but... I still feel like I want to keep going for quite a while longer, so. For some reason, when it comes to thinking of words, my brain it's tired as heck, but in terms of like actually talking about Kaiju, it's still got a lot of power going. So. But yeah, if everyone wants to stick around and watch me just struggle to word things while talking about Kaiju here, feel free to do so, and also you can let me know about what you think of how I placed certain monsters. Spending all words on the tier list, can't use words for chatting. My brain can only focus on one thing at a time. It is a curse. But yeah. Before I forget, we need to move on to some of the other monsters, and that includes, Mr. Manila over here, from the Showa era. Yeah, you're going over to... I'm not gonna be too harsh on it, but... yeah, you're going over to D tier, buddies. I mean, it's not the worst monster out there, but... I just don't like its design. It's... in my mind, this is not what a baby Godzilla should look like. Like, go up here. See Godzilla, these two versions of Godzilla Jr. First when he's human-sized, and then when he's slightly larger. This is what a baby Godzilla should look like. Not this. I think Final Wars Manila, if I can find him. Oh, there he is. He looks a little bit better, but it's a little too dopey looking in my opinion still. It's not the worst though. It's an improvement, but I feel like Manila would have been better if he looked a little more like these guys here. Or maybe even a little bit like the 1998 Godzilla here. Well, the baby ones. And before you say anything, yes, I know. I put 1998 Godzilla in A tier. I can't help it. It's the first version of Godzilla I've ever seen, and the TV show, it redeemed any of the bad qualities this version of Godzilla had for me. And that's why Zilla Jr. over here is an S tier. Anyways, moving on, we have Mogira from the Showa era, I think. But this one is even less memorable to me than the Heisei version, so it's the C tier you go. Now on to another kaiju from the Showa era that's actually a bit more memorable. You have the larva and the adult stage of Mothras. I don't remember too much about Mothra from the Showa era, but I think I'll put her in low B tier next to, I think, 2003 Mothras. So put you here, but baby you right in between the two Mothras. And next up we have, I think, another Rodan. It looks like a Showa version of Rodan, but I don't know exactly where it's from. So I suppose I'll place it next to another the other Showa Rodan. If I can find them. It's not in C tiers. Nope, still. I'm pretty sure I already put a Showa Rodan somewhere around here. I guess not, so... Oh, wait, there you are. I'm right next to Hidora's. I'll put you here. Alright, and next up we have Titanosaurus. I mean, it's a dinosaur. I feel like I shouldn't place my fellow dino anywhere below B tier, but it appeared in only one movie. And I don't know if it was that memorable even in that film, because I feel like it was slightly more overshadowed by the return of Mechagodzilla. It's kind of more of a secondary villain and kind of there just like to back up Mechagodzilla. Still a cool monster though on its own. And I've seen a lot of cool art of it being recreated as like a Spinosaurid. But going off solely canon material, I feel like mid B tier is the best I can put it at. At least give it the courtesy of being relatively high, like... I'll put it beneath Biolante. Alright, so next up, we're going into quite a few of Singular Point Kaiju over here. So we have the Singular Point Anguirus. This one is definitely going up to at least high B tier because... Well, my brain is struggling to word again. But it's just like a really cool version of Anguirus. I don't know how to word it, but I guess I just start by talking about like the size of like the back spikes it has. They make it really intimidating, a bit bigger than it actually is. The head looks cool. And apparently, if I remember correctly, in the anime, those back spikes actually allow it to see into the future or something like that. Which is a really out of their ability for it to have, but it's cool. But it dies rather quickly, so it's only like a few episodes, and then not really talked about again. I can't put it too high up, but I want to, though. I'll put it... Oh, I don't know. I'll put it over here, next to Titanosaurus, and next to its Showa counterpart. Then there's this guy, also from Singular Point, who I'm pretty sure a lot of people were thinking was supposed to be Baragon or Gabara. It's some weird hybrid of both that I do not know the name of. It's a hybrid of both in terms of their designs. I have no idea what it actually is as a kaiju in of itself. So, unfortunately, that automatically puts you over in D tier. And then there's, for some reason, just a picture of Godzilla Singular Point's like promotional art. Like Ultima is right over here, and so are his other transformations. So I don't know what this one is supposed to be, but I guess I'll rank all the Singular Point Godzilla transformations back to backs. Let's see. I'll start with, I guess the promotional art, since it was the first one here. Last I checked, promotional art is not a monster, so I'm gonna put that there. And then we go to the first actual Godzilla from Singular Point. I forgot what its specific name is, but I do like that this first transformation of Godzilla, it utilizes traits from Titanosaurus in its design. It gives it kind of more like a mosasaur kind of look as opposed to like a dinosaur. It looks good. We don't get to see a lot of it though. It does, in what little we see it for, it does make itself quite memorable. So yeah, you'll go to low A tier. Next up we have the second transformation that takes inspiration from Varan. It's another underrated kaiju, and even though it does look kind of cool, in terms of canon media we have of it, I barely remember. Well, Singular Point sometimes had bad moments, but I really can't remember what we saw of this guy. So low B tier, I think. Unfortunately, Godzilla Terrarius, I think its name is, or something along those lines, which is based off Gorosaurus. I feel like it looks way better, and it's a lot closer to like a standard Godzilla before getting to... I can't word, but... I mean, it's based off a dinosaur kaiju, so that's awesome. Wish I could have put Gorosaurus higher, by the way, but it is what it is. Also, I like that how it's like the third transformation before they finally get to Godzilla Ultima. And you can kind of see how it progresses to become more and more like a traditional version of Godzilla. I kind of like how this one looks. Almost like a standard Godzilla, but like an extra long mouth. I'll put you a little higher up. Maybe above Fire Rodan. And then finally we have Godzilla Ultima, who I'm going to put up in S tier because, like Legendary Godzilla and some of the others, it does a good job in making it like have the traditional look of Godzilla while giving it enough changes in its design so you can tell it apart from every other version if you were to place it next to them. But you can't mistake Godzilla Ultima for any other version of Godzilla out there. You can say that about all the other versions of Godzilla as well, but like this one particularly so. It's like it strays a lot from the standard Godzilla look while also somehow not doing that. I can't word it, but I think it deserves a spot up in S tier. Plus, I like the special look it has for its atomic breath. Where instead of like the blue laser look is always awesome, but a blue laser that's also surrounded by blue atomic rings that it goes through, that also looks awesome as well. Like I said earlier, it reminds me of like someone looking through like a sniper rifle. It's like some kind of targeting system. I think it's a neat kind of detail that they gave for that version of Godzilla's atomic breath. I wish we could have seen it utilized more though. And then we have 3 versions of Jet Jaguar from the Singular Point animes. It's more memorable than the Showa era Jet Jaguar, but not too much so. I'll put it above Megaguirus. I don't know the correct pronunciation, but it doesn't do much else to make it stand out from the rest. Alright, so next up we have a skewer buffalo. I mean, it's not the most impressive kaiju out there, so I'm gonna put it fairly low, but I do like that it's a more peaceful creature that was hanging around on Skull Island. Like, it was nice to see a place like that have more calm wildlife as opposed to just the skull crawlers and all the other creatures that are constantly trying to kill things. So I'll put the skewer buffalo over here. And speaking of things on Skull Island that are constantly trying to kill things, I'm gonna put all 3 versions of the skull crawlers that I see over here. Let's see. I think there's supposed to be different versions, like these are supposed to be the standard little skull crawlers. This is the main big one from the end of the Skull Island movie. And this is definitely the one from Godzilla vs. Kong that gets torn up by Mechagodzilla. Alright. The little guys, I'll put over here in C tier. They're definitely memorable, but unlike the big one, these little guys are kind of just there to, like, just for one of them to be a serious threat to the humans that then gets taken out by, like, a small bomb, and it gets damaged by, like, some guy with a sword. It's the adult ones that are really a danger. So let's see. The big one is going to be way higher up. Let's see it. I don't know about A tiers. Yeah, it's a cool monster though, and it was one of the best enemies Kong has ever fought. I don't like it more than the King of Doors though. I'll put it above Gigan and leave it at that. This one here, I'm pretty sure it's like about the same size as the big one, if not larger. Possibly even stronger. But at the same time though, we got to see very little of it, and unlike the big one, which at least got to have a big epic fight with Kong, this skull crawler here, while it's more brighter in color, more visually more appealing, all we got to see of it was chasing the humans a bit in an Apex laboratory before getting picked up by Mechagodzilla and getting torn apart. So I'm putting it next to the big one, but slightly lower, because it was cooler looking, but it just kind of came and went. And then, let's see. We have Snow Godzilla over here from... I forgot what the anime was called, but it had a bunch of mechas and stuff. And it's one of the Godzillas that I mentioned appeared in other media that's not Godzilla affiliated. And it's also based off, specifically the Heisei era Godzilla. Snowzilla. Snowyzilla. Santa Claus Godzilla. Alright, but I've seen like the clips where it showed up before, but I think it's cool. Like, it's able to summon blizzards and stuff. It has an interesting atomic breath. It's kind of like a mix of blue and yellows, from what I recall. And it was accurately very strong, and I don't think any of like the mechas that were in that anime were able to deal much damage to it. It's a cool monster, but I'll put it in A tier, but I don't know if I can put it really at S though. I can't word it out, but there's just something about it that's missing to me. I don't know what, but see, the mechas can't handle a little snow. I wanted to say something related to Frozen, but I lost the joke that was in my head. I messed it up. Anyways, we have Space Godzilla over here. I gotta put him up in A tier. He's one of my favorite of the Heisei era Godzilla villains. He has a cool design, especially with the two candy corns sticking out of his shoulders. Yes, telekinesis can summon crystals. And unlike other monsters, he actually is like a genuine villain. Like, he does bad things, like just for the sake of hurting others. Specifically, when he sees Godzilla Jr., the green one over here specifically, that was the version that appeared in his movie. When he saw Godzilla Jr. running up to Heisei Godzilla, he decided to make Heisei Godzilla suffer more by using his telekinesis on Jr. and entrapping him in a bunch of crystals. Oh. Alright. Pardon me, folks. We have someone we need to ban right now. Hold on. Let's get the bot out of here. The worst part is that it has such a long and messed up name. Okay, let's get him out. Yep, bye bots. Get him out of here. The dino doesn't need any dumb robots around here. Only nice, friendly robots. And everyone else. Alright, so next up. Super Mecha Godzilla. I want to quickly place somewhere I put, the Heisei Mecha Godzilla, without, the Super Axe on its back. Hey, there it is. Over there. Slightly ahead. And Godzilla's apparently in here. Wait, really? Alright, there it is. Hold on. Also, I saw the message earlier. I'm not gonna sing it because I'm worried Twitch is gonna somehow get mad at me for that. But it's funny. Alright. So next up. We have the giant walking stick thing from Skull Island. It's also a relatively harmless creature from Skull Island, but still also not very memorable. I'll keep it here. Twitch won't get mad at you for that, but you don't gotta sing it. I just want to be cautious though, because I feel like I've heard some people talk about how like they did get in trouble for just like humming a certain song while streaming. I just worried about stuff like that. I remember one of my Jurassic World Evolution 2 streams, I did a little bit of humming and then somehow my part of my stream got muted. I mean, I'm lucky. I'm glad I didn't get a strike, but still, I thought that was kind of weird. I feel like a Godzilla parody won't take ya. Hopefully so. But anyways, we have Showa Era Varan. I'll put you over here underneath Baragon because I don't know much about you, but you had a lot of potential if Godzilla, Mothra, King Ghidorah, monsters all out attack. Instead of that mouthful of a name, we could have gotten a different movie where you, Baragon, and Anguirus were all the guardian monsters fighting Godzilla, and you guys could have gotten more spotlight, but you didn't, so I'll put you here in B tier for missed potential. And then here's Zilla, the Final Wars version. I mean, I still really like 1998's Godzilla. I mean, I put the baby in the fully grown version here and Zilla Jr. up here in S tier, but Zilla, he's just there to be another punching bag for Final Wars Godzilla, especially for the pleasure of the people who don't like the 1998 movie. I'll put him at bottom C tier. Oh, actually, top C tier because at the very least, him getting beat up by Final Wars Godzilla, at least it looked cool. Plus, the music that was playing during their fight was really good. It was We're All to Blame by, I think, Crush 40. Alright, and then we have Plant Form Biolante, so I'll just put you like right next to your fully blossomed version. Oh, whoops. Alright. Let's see. Next we have this is the plant monster that I mentioned fought Behemoth in a comic. I don't know his name, but it did put up a pretty good fight against Behemoth, breaking one of his tusks off. And it was actually good. It's probably gonna win until Legendary Godzilla defeated it, because since it uses plants to make into its body to make it stronger, and it was in the Amazon, it could have devastated the local ecosystem and would have disrupted nature, so Godzilla didn't like that. I think it's a cool Titan though, so I'll put you over here at bottom B tier. Maybe right next to Jet. There's these guys from, I think it was Godzilla vs. Kong in Hollow Earth, but I don't really remember you guys, so put you there. Next up, I kind of want to save these guys over here for last. So, next, I remember you from a Goji Center video, where I don't know the name, but it's supposedly a very intelligent Titan. That Godzilla actually destroyed a bunch of human ships, and then an oil rig to save it when it got stuck in a net. So I'll put you over in very low B tier. Ooh, the Warbats. I think for the design, especially, you need to be at least high B tier. You didn't really get seen much though, except for that one scene where, like, the two Warbats get beaten up by Kong. Still cool. It's not as cool as Rodan, but she's got more screen time and feeds than, say, Behemoth and Scalia. I think that's his name. I believe you, I know his name, I think it's Tiamat. It was a Titan that actually fought really well against Godzilla in one comic. Almost going as far as to almost beating him underwater, but as soon as he took it up to land, he was able to wreck Tiamat pretty easily. So for that, you have my respect, and I shall put you in bottom 8 here, I think. And then next we have Rodan, which, Singular Point Rodan, which it might be a bit bland to some people, but I think it looks neat. I like how it's a somewhat semi-accurate, like wing, like standing structure of, like a similar stance to real-life, pterosaurs. And its beak in particular, hold on. Go into my loading screen a bit. Let's see, hold on. I'm trying to look up a certain kind of pterosaur that I forgot the name of. Pterosaur. Let's see. The Sungaripterarius. Okay, I'll show you guys right now. This guy. Let's see, yeah. The beak at least kind of reminds me of these guys, somewhat. More like the one from Jurassic World, the game. Yeah, like this, like these guys, like the banana beaks here. I feel like it reminds me of them. And I mean, as a dinosaur, well, as a paleo nerd, I want to respect the pretty neat design and put up here in very low A tier. It's not better than, I wouldn't say it's better than Monster vs. Rodandos. Maybe over here with some other Rodan designs, but like above them. In relative, like mid-B tier. Oh, and I see Usagi's Sonata is in chat. Hi Ty, hello there Usagi, welcome to the stream, hope that you're doing well, thank you for stopping by, and it's good to see you here, hope you're doing well. Yep, and I see Max on Twitch says, you still live? Indeed, I am still live. Still live, even after, let's see, 4 hours and 9 minutes. And I'm still live. Because I want to do this in one go. Because it's going to take way too long to get all of this. Like, recreate all of it. Like, if I were to try and continue it for next stream. So, I had to do what I had to do. So anyways, moving on up, we have Blue Hedora creature thing from Singular Points. I don't know much about you, so C tier it is. Same thing for the crab guy here. And we have, it's rather, I think it's a design for Manda, which doesn't look too bad. If it is from Singular Point though, we haven't seen much of it, so I'll put it over here. High C tier. Oh, I see Ferrum in chat says, okay, question? Soda tier list when? I'll have to look into that. I'll have to see. I might be inclined to do one because I do like sodas. I have a Pepsi can right here next to me to prove it. And I see Max with the emotes there. Alright, and that leaves the big five in my opinion. Well, sort of big five. More like the big 4 plus 1 in my opinion of Godzilla vs. Kong. Agas, yes, indeed. Alright, and cheers, mate. I'm drinking some Baja Blast. I haven't actually had Baja Blast before. I have a friend that really likes it though. Alright, so first, I'm gonna go with this Monster vs. Kong. It's a cool monster. I'd say it got a little bit over empowered by the plots, but it was fairly accurate in how his fight with Godzilla went, and I can safely say I do like how it at least put up a really darn good fight. It probably would have done well against any other monster besides Godzilla. Well, most other monsters besides Godzilla. The axe definitely helped out a lot. I liked his bond with, I think her name was Mia, like, the little girl that's the sole survivor of, the Skull Islanders. And how she was able to teach him sign language, and it's like the little kind of almost human side of him that was brought out by Mia. I enjoyed seeing that. And like seeing his brutal side when he was tearing into the war bats, and when he tore off Mechagodzilla's head. Yeah, Monkey is going into the solid A tier. So next up, we have... I'm gonna go with Mechagodzilla. I mean, it's one of the coolest Mechagodzilla designs out there. I'd have to say it. I love I forgot what it's called, but it's a red version of the atomic breath. It's something that screams. I forgot what it was, but it did look really darn cool. And I mean, I said what I said earlier about how I feel we always become kind of iffy about how something created by humans is somehow able to be a match for Godzilla. It's always been kind of iffy, but it doesn't stop this Mechagodzilla from being really cool. And I guess they did say if Godzilla, the legendary Godzilla, was in peak condition and didn't have to fight Kong beforehand, it could have won against Mechagodzilla by itself, but barely. But even so, I want to say more about this version of Mechagodzilla. Like the one scene where it split the Skullcrawler in two with its laser attack. That scene was an amazing way to show off just how strong it was. The scene where like it had the spinning tail blades that were about to tear into Kong. Like, I can't word, but that's a cool weapon it had as well. And apparently, it wasn't really shown much in the actual movie, but on its hands and in its mouth, it had like constantly spinning like buzz saws, which is pretty cool. So it can actually, like, it would tear into anything it was grabbing / biting into. I'm gonna put it right above. I'll put it above Batra and. I'll put it above the Batras and the Heisei Mechagodzillas. Actually, no. You're going above. In my opinion, you're going above Destroyer as well. And Snow Godzilla, but not Kong. I missed a few messages in chat. I see Merciless Wolf says I got some Baja in the fridge if you want. I might want some, let's see. Baron also says I love the monkey. And also, fun fact, Evangelion isn't a mechanic anime. It's a kaiju one. Plus, they had a Godzilla collaboration. Unit 1 Godzilla exists, and it's kind of terrifying. I did hear about that. Godzilla and Evangelions. Yeah, I think there's like a 4D kind of experience thing where people are, like, they're trying to stop Shin Godzilla, and then in the middle of it, you get to see Shin King Ghidorah, which looks terrifying and awesome. And they even made merchandise, with like, I remember Kiryu's head / figures, mixed with an Evangelion mech, being sold. And some stuff like that. Plus, I think the creator of Evangelion is working on the Shin Ultraman movie, which is quite interesting. And I hope that pans out well. I say good lad for putting Mecha in A tier. I mean, of course, it's probably one of the most terrifying and awesome of the MonsterVerse villains to date. So next up, we have the Hollow Earth bug, which we know nothing about, so I'll put you there. But the one that eats it right as it appears, going straight into S tier, is I believe most like to call it Titanus Doug, or simply just Doug, who's believed to have been an offshoot of the Godzilla species. And I mean, hold on, just give me a sec to look it up. Doug Monsterverse. There we go, yep. Yep, indeed, Ferrum, it is Doug. The good boys. Look at me, like, look at him, like, especially over here in this little thumbnail of a video. He looks like he's a good boy. He's a good doggo / Godzilla creature. Even though he was literally only seen in Godzilla vs. Kong for like a few seconds, I love everything about him and I want to see him in more MonsterVerse media. And then finally there's Godzilla GBK's version of Legendary Godzilla. And of course, you're going into S tier. Like I said earlier, the MonsterVerse was what rejuvenated the Godzilla franchise and helped it continue to spread. After a decade long of no Godzilla movies after Godzilla Final Wars, Godzilla 2014 was what really started bringing it back into the public media. And every movie since, I know some people don't like some of the films that much. I know King of the Monsters didn't perform so well in the box office, but each film so far has been incredibly... It's been its own treasure for me to watch, and I just can't word, but I love the Godzilla franchise so much, and I really have the MonsterVerse to thank for really bringing it back into the spotlight. Possibly, I guess encouraging Toho to get back into the Godzilla business. And then they brought in Shin Godzilla in 2016, and now they're starting to pump out some Godzilla content as well. And it's possible that we do have the MonsterVerse to thank for that. So yeah. Alright, and that is officially all of them, so yeah, I'll do as you said, Merciless Wolf. Zoom in on them for final look. So, oh wait, you said zoom in on them. Oh dear. Okay, there we go. We can zoom. There we go. Heavily zoom in on these guys. Hold on. I don't think you guys can see them that well. On your side, hold on. I'll zoom out once. Let's... Okay, it's good enough. You guys... I think I can tell you guys the letters. So up... You can probably actually just tell on your own. So anyways, S tier, we have Legendary Burning Godzilla, or Legendary Fire Godzilla, whichever one you prefer. Then we have GBK's Legendary Godzilla, King of the Monsters Legendary Godzilla, and 2014 Legendary Godzilla. And then right next to him we have Burning Heisei Godzilla, two versions of Heisei Godzilla, I think, Godzilla Jr. in his adult stage. We have Baby Godzilla as a slightly older juvenile. We have Newborn Godzilla Jr. over here. And we have two versions of Final Wars Godzilla. This one I believe was the one that was rejuvenated during his fight with Kaiser. And then here we have Zilla Jr., the star of Godzilla the Animated Series from 1998. And it used to be my favorite Godzilla of all time when I was younger. We have Kiryu. We have MonsterVerse King Ghidorah, fourth form Shin Godzilla, the original 1954 Godzilla, Godzilla Ultima from Singular Point, and Doug. In A tier, we have Monster X and its transformation into Kaiju Ghidorah. We have 3 versions of the Millennium Era Godzilla. Godzilla 1998 and his baby. We have Monsterverse Kong and his younger self in Skull Island. And Mechagodzilla from the Monsterverse. Plus Snow Godzilla. We have Perfect Form Destroyer, Larvae and Imago Form Batra. We have Mechagodzilla and Super Mechagodzilla, aka Mechagodzilla when fused with the Super X. We have Dagon. We have Godzillasaurus. We have Imago Form Monsterverse Mothra and Larvae Mothra. We have the male and female Mutos from Godzilla 2014. The Queen Muto. We have Muto Prime. We have the 3rd form of Singular Points Godzilla. We have Fire Rodan. And regular Heisei Rodan without the fire powers. We have Heisei King Ghidorah. Mecha King Ghidorah. We have the Showa King Ghidorah. The 2003 King Ghidorah from Godzilla Mothra King Ghidorah Monsters All Out Attack. I still do not like that movie's name. We have Gorosaurus. We have Kamata-kun, aka the first form of Shin... I think 2nd form of Shin Godzilla, actually. We have the 3rd form of Shin Godzilla, Shinagawa-kun. We have Showa Mecha Godzilla. We have the Dancing Godzilla from, I believe, the first King Ghidorah movie. I see Merciless Wolf said, all of these awesome Godzillas, plus Doug. Yep. And we also have the big one, Skullcrawler. And also, Apex's Skullcrawler, that was slaughtered by Mechagodzilla. We have Showa Era Gigan, the first aquatic form of Godzilla's singular point interpretation. We have Space Godzilla and Tiamat. And in B tier, which I think it's the largest one, we have, I believe, Final Wars Mothra. We have Baby Mothras plus the full-grown Amalgaform Mothra from Godzilla Tokyo SOS. We have a transformation of Godzilla Earth, I don't know what it is. We have both forms of Orga from Godzilla Millennium. We have Godzilla from the Return of Godzilla film. We have the Monsterverse of Rodan. We have the Warbats. We have Behemoth and Scylla, I believe, from the Monsterverse. We have both forms of Biollante. We have Titanosaurus from the Showa era. We have Singular Point Anguirus and Heisei Anguirus. We have GMKG Baragon, Showa Baragon, Varan. We have Mechagodzilla City in his Mechagodzilla form. We have Final Wars Gigan. We have GMKG Godzilla over here. We have, I think, a Showa Godzilla, or it's Mechagodzilla disguised as Godzilla. One of the two. We have Godzilla Earth. We have Void Ghidorah. We have Heisei Mothra, with Heisei Mothra larvae form. With Megalon, the Dorans. Another Showa Godzilla. I don't know which one it is. We have Final Wars Anguirus. We have Final Wars King Caesar. We have 2 versions of Kumanga. We have this unknown, this Titan from the Monsterverse whose name I do not know. We have Singular Point Rodan, plus 2 versions of Showa Rodan. We have the Final Wars Hedorah. We have Showa Mothra and Showa Mothra larvae, alongside another Mothra, I think, from KG. Because I'm not saying that movie's entire name. We have Singular Point's Jet Jaguar. We have the plant monster from Godzilla Domination, I think that's the name of it. Godzilla Dominion, I think, is the name of the comic. Or something else. We have Megaguirus, the second form of Singular Point's Godzilla, and the octopus from another one from one of the MonsterVerse Godzilla's comics. And in C tier, we have Final Wars Zilla. We have the smaller Skullcrawler. We have Showa Jet Jaguar, Showa King Caesar, the first Anguirus, the Skewer Buffalo from Skull Island, alongside the giant walking stick. We also have Showa Hedora over here. I believe Singular Point's Manda, Final Wars Rodan, two versions of Ibara, Final Wars Manda, Final Wars Manila, a Skull Island spider creature, one of the dragon creatures from the Godzilla anime trilogy. You have Godzilla Phileas. You have the Heisei and Showa era Mogiraz. We have Mega Godzilla City as a city. We have the blue Hedora creature from from Singular Point, plus a crab creature of some kind. We have this weird eagle creature thing from, well, actually, then in D tier, we have this weird eagle creature thing from GBK, I think. We have, I remember what, someone said his name in chat, it was like, Shigigamura. Hold on. I'm trying to find it. Shinomura, alright. Shinomura. And also, Godzilla Singular Point promotional art, because it's in here for some reason. We have the weird Baragon Gabara creature from Singular Point. Two forms of Kamacuras. This thing. We have Gazora. We have this turtle thing. We have these bug things. We have this giant squid. We have this picture of just a regular octopus. We have the giant condor. We have, I think, a giant butterfly over here. We have Showa era Manila. We have Gabara. We have these two guys. We have the Toho King Kong. And finally, we have Doug's Lunch. So, yep. I'll reset it. And one last look at my Godzilla Kaiju tier list. Let's see. It's been over 4.5 hours to get this whole thing complete. I think I know what kind of content I might be making in the future if I need to do like a really long stream for whatever reason, like, I don't know, like a subathon, or if someone dares me to stream for a certain amount of time. I know what I'm doing. Or at least one of the things I'll choose to do. But yeah. Here it is. Let me know what you all think. And I definitely well, one thing, I'm gonna have to go over onto Twitch now, so I need to hide this. There we go. You'd all see giant Chippy Tie in the meantime. I'll go onto Twitch and find someone for us to raid today, but... Okay, Chrome, please work with me here. Alright. But yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone who stopped by for this long. I don't know if anyone managed to stick around for the entire time, but I just hope everyone who managed to stop by today, through it all, had a good time here, and I hope to see you all next time when maybe I do another tier list, and in some of my other streams as well, where, I can't word, where, we'll just, do some drawing, play some games, just hang out, be buddies, have a jolly good time. But until that time comes, hope you all have a good rest of your day. Take care. I think today we're gonna raid K Dig, a fellow T-Rex. So I'll send you over to him. And yeah, just transfer you guys over from one T-Rex to another. But again, thank you to everyone who managed to stick around for, like, even just showed up at all during this stream. It was a lot of fun to do. I hope you all had a good time here as well. I hope you all have a good rest of the day. Take care, and I shall see you all later. And yep, giant dino, it's this Godzilla merciless wolf. And also, I hope you have a good day as well. Thank you for that. And now, once again, bid you all farewell. Have a good rest of the day, and bye-bye. And now I wait for stream to catch up to me, so I know when to press the raid button and also stop streaming. Okay, I think it's caught up.